welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Kung Fu Cup, the KFC week number 18. I'm of course just VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players and by the Google chat as well. Welcome one and all to our second broadcast of the day. We were live earlier this morning, of course, with the Pegasus Cup. I was just live laddering a little bit on my personal channel, and now we're here with Kung Fu Cup. It's gonna be a long day of StarCraft. We'll make it, man. We'll make it. Hey. So again, we're going to be jumping into the semifinals. Bearing in mind, this is going to be us covering this event via replays. The Kung Fu Cup week number 18 did occur last week. So we're catching up on those matches, catching up on those replays here and now. Let's go. Let us go. So up first, we do have our TVT, Clem versus Cure. I say TVT because if you've been living under a rock, pappy, you might not be aware of this, but over the past month, Clem has returned to Terran. Again, for the past over a year, Clem was playing purely PVTs and was avoiding the TVT matchup, but ever since the latest patch dropped, Clem has stopped playing Protoss and now is back to playing Terran, as he's not enjoying the new Protoss way of playing on the new patch. So he's back to TVTs. His TVT is decent. It is very decent here. It's definitely comparable to the other top Terran players like, you know, ByuN, for example, or Cure or Ryung. I still do put the other Korean Terrans a little bit above Clem in terms of TVT, but it's also a matchup that Clem has been avoiding for over a year, so it's definitely something that has to be worked upon and has its own tendencies as well, which we'll be getting into throughout the course of the series, as again we're jumping into a team liquid team kill, Clem versus Cure. Let's go. Let us jump into our first series of the broadcast. Vamonos. Meanwhile, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout to Psycons in the chat. God, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias, baby, gracias. As we are jumping in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Editor's Edge, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Terran player, also representing Team Liquid. It is Cure from South Korea. Let's go. We have our TVT here to kick things off. Bearing in mind, we're going to be covering the current semifinals match, then the next semifinals, then the grand finals. That is the plan. The other match after this one is going to be a ZVT between Rogue and ByuN. We will get there. Let's go. Let's go. For now, we have our TVT. Now, when it comes to TVT here, it is very aggressive. It's very high octane, as always. TVT does have a reputation of being a little bit slower and being a little bit slow paced. That is from many years ago. Nowadays, that kind of slow back and forth siege line versus siege line is a rare sight in TVT. Quite rare indeed nowadays. What we do expect here is early game aggression, referring to early proxies or 2-base all-ins. 2-port 2-base all-ins have been very trendy over the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks even. We'll see if that trend continues in this matchup, as so far double gas out of Clem, double gas out of Cure. Both players going for safe builds. If either one went for a proxy, then the defending player would have the advantage. So again, both Clem and Cure are just playing very safe as we settle into our game. Mirrored builds so far. From here, we'll wait to see our first big deviation point, whether we go into a fast third CC, whether we go into Reaper Hellion, or whether we go into early Cyclone play. There are definitely avenues of teching from this point. But regardless, both players are going for later command centers. Later CCs. Yeah. Sorry, as I'm just setting things up. On our end. But okay, again, factories on the way for both Cure and for Clem. When it comes to TVT, it's often very positional based, as you can even be down in supply, and if you're able to outposition your opponent with your tanks, you can of course take a better fight, or even catch tanks unsieged as well. TVTs can swing either way. But now though we're moving out to both Reapers, they do miss each other. We should both be having a defensive Reaper available, but actually Clem, he will be able to delay the CC. Does kill one SCV. At the same time, the upper Reaper does not quite get into the main base. So better start for Clem. Does kill one worker. Does get one SCV. And from here, Curie does race back. His command center is going to be a little bit delayed. So far, a nice little edge here for Clem. Likewise, behind this, getting to his own 1-1-1 follow-up into his own starport, into his add-ons. Meanwhile, we do see a delayed starport out of Cure going instead of add-ons into earlier mine play. Okay, so typically it's only one Widow Mine, and the goal here is to hide the Widow Mine underneath these units, try to bait the army in, and then bam, just catch them off guard. Unfortunately for Cure, though, Clem is just chilling. Clem is chilling back at home, working on add-ons, stacking up. Clem should not be moving in anytime soon. As you can see, Cure is set up very defensively. So from here, I'm preferring Clem's position. He's going to be slightly ahead in tech. Slightly ahead in tech. But outside of that, it's going to be up to Clem to get across the map to harass with the Raven. From here, we're rushing into a very fast third CC. Okay. So rushing to a third CC. Meanwhile, Cure shouldn't be too far behind him. Right after, of course, reconcile with the fact that command centers are cheaper now, so it is going to be much more easier here. The third base is just going to be much more accessible. And there it is. Third base is also on the way. So we're building up to a faster 3-base economy. I haven't been covering too much TVT on the latest iteration of the patch. Now that the command centers are cheaper, as we mentioned, it does mean for faster bases. And potentially more mid to late game. But potentially, I don't want to call that yet. First, we'll have to actually claim our expansion and claim our third. For now, we're just harassing. Both players taking into Raven. And into their biotank. Is there a world where, because the CCs are cheaper now, it becomes less viable to be aggressive in TVT because now it's harder to punish something like a faster command center? I hope that isn't the case. But we'll see. So now again, we're just chilling, we're doing our own thing. Both players taking them into sim, both players are slowly building up into their third bases. Once we start to claim our third expansions, that's when players can start to be active, aggressive, start to move out. That sort of back and forth can begin. As Clem is taking it one step further, double ebays, double upgrades, more tech. Here on the flip side, he's yet to do something, not going for his own. And yes, so far mirrored builds, more or less mirrored builds. Again, slight edge here for Clem with slightly faster tech, slightly one more SCV, faster Raven production. Now we'll claim the third base. And the reality is that Cure can't really stop him. Not yet. Now going to Raven harass and slowly claiming our third. We're claiming that third base. Cure moves in. Does right on the auto turrets. We have the counter turrets instead. Looks like a couple of these will still go down. Marines, they will tank though. Oh. Interesting trade. So Cure, he in the end does actually kill 1 Raven and 9 Marines. Doesn't kill any workers, but that was not a bad trade here for Cure, as he does get away with all of his Ravens. It does pull away. So a nice trade here by Cure. Softens up the Marine counts. Now he can start to be active, start to push. Begin to move out. He's down to 2 Ravens. Same time, Kira going for his own double drop. Again, threading a dive into the main. Thankfully, there is a spotter depot. Clem is in position. Ready for the drop. Going for a second factory, building up to double tank production, slowing things down. Security does set up for that drop. In the dead space. No, sorry, he commits. Commits into the main. Going for the depot at the same time, Kiri's pushing through the center. And does try to move through. Getting on top of the high ground. Nice disables. Yeah, both tanks going to be shut down. Third disable in that third tank. Tanks will siege on the high ground, and Clem completely out of position. This one double drop. Like, Clem, he had such a good start to the game, but one double drop gets into main base, drags Clem out of position. Now we're on the high ground. The boys are being pulled. Desperation out of Clem. Massive tank shots. Does get 1, does get 2 tanks. Get 1, 2. Looks like we'll clean everything up here, but at a cost, at a loss. As Clem cleans up the army, but he will lose 28 SCVs, and the drop in the main base is still ongoing. Still standing strong, takes down 2 more add-ons. Now Kira picks up, pulls away. Behind this, claiming his 3rd base, now working on a 4th CC, getting further ahead. And Clem, just one wrong move here in TVT, and that can just send you out. Did lose not just the mineral line, but he lost the expansion. Yeah, the orbital did go down for Clem, so heavy losses. As he did have to rebuild. Kira spots the main army. He stims. He wants a tank. He gets it. The tank goes down. Yeah, takes down the tank, takes down the bio. Stims on 4. GG gets called, and Kira takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played again. Clem, he had a solid start for the most part. He was gaining a lead, of course, getting that slightly faster 3rd base, slightly faster upgrades. Meanwhile, we saw that Kira, he was able to wreak havoc, get 9 marine kills and 1 raven at the natural base, and then he was able to break out. He broke out across the map, double drop into the main base, pulling Clem completely apart. And Clem, he had the tools to defend. He had the army, but he was just out of position. He was completely out of position. What I mean by that is that when Kira moved in towards the 3rd base, because of the double drop in the main, Clem, he had rotated and responded with his army, and there was nothing to defend those tanks. So 3 tanks were completely naked, they were exposed, the pants were down, and those 3 tanks were the first things to fall, and there was no backbone to Clem's army from there. Kira was able to siege up on the high ground, outposition Clem. GG. GG, well played. With that, Kira takes the lead in the series. Now we're going to be loading into game numero 2. Let's go. It was a pretty tame early game. Like, the early game was very tame and very just dull more than anything. We're just building up our own builds, and it was mirrored more than anything. But now we're getting to game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if you can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid as well as their teammates. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. As again, we are going to be opening up. And we'll see if once again we go for double gas openers. We are loading into Lockdown. This is a much more macro-oriented map. You do have a natural base that's on the high ground, so it is much more common to go for faster command centers and to cut corners. We'll see if either one does take that risk by going for the faster CC. So now again, we do have our double gas, so there we have it. Clem does go for double gas opener. Meanwhile, Cure does take the risk going for a single gas. So Cure, he's going to go for a faster CC, a more greedier economic build out of Cure. Meanwhile, Clem is going for something more tech heavy. Double gas into that faster factory, into faster tech early on. The pressure is going to be on Clem to get some damage done. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, this map does favor 2-base defense, 2-base defenses, so it's going to be difficult for Clem to really find much damage here early on. Based on the openers, I do prefer Cure's position. Slightly. There's that Patrick for Clem. There's that CC for Cure. Cure playing it safe, does go for the high ground CC just in case. Just in case. Here, Clem does pull back. Does pull back. And is going straight for the 1-1-1. Okay, I was curious. So he's not going Reaper Hellion. We're going straight into the add-ons. Reactor, Tech Lab, Starport. Again, Clem knows that he's behind, and we're committing on one base even harder by delaying the by delaying the natural even more by going for the fastest Starport. So this is very committed. Very aggressive, very committed play here. We're going for an early tank trap. Oh my god. Clem playing like a Korean here. Okay. Let's go. He's playing like Cure. So early tank drop here, Clem is going to double down. Remember, Cure did go for a greedier build. So far, Cure is unaware of what's going on. He is aware of the double gas. He is aware of the faster factory. He's aware of the more tech-heavy starts, and he's aware that he should be more defensive. But exactly how committed this is, Cure doesn't know. He doesn't know that this is essentially a one-base all-in. Here comes the medevac. Here comes the drop. This is what I want out of my TVTs, Pat. True, true. Meanwhile, Cure is making a defensive Cyclone. Thankfully, Cure did not make Reaper Hellion. If he had gone into Reaper Hellion, he'd be in danger. He'd be in a worse position. But nope, just going for safety Cyclones. Building up his bio. And will he spot the move out? The Reaper does poke in and does spot the opposing Reaper. Marines are kept hidden. Oh, until now. Yeah, the Marines are spotted. The tank is not. Neither is the medevac. So once again, Cure, he has an idea as to what's going on. He sees the high marine count, so he knows that there was no reactor Hellion. Army getting in position here at the natural. 3rd CC? Oh god, Cure. He's being very greedy here. He's going for a 3rd CC against the one base all-in, Babby. He's crazy. Clem should punish this. He should. The map is still helping Cure, that is true, but here comes the drop. Here come 2 tanks. And no shot Cure. Yeah, no shot you can defend. Yeah, no shot. Tanks that do siege, both are within range, and Cure has to evacuate. He cannot defend. He'll lose 1, he'll lose 2, he'll lose 3 SCVs. 4, 5. Yeah, 5 SCVs going to be going down. The command center should be lifted and should not fall. As that's going to be 6. It's going to be 7 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. And Clem, he will expand behind this. Now, as it all settles here, is this good for Clem? I mean, it is. He is doing a lot of damage. He's containing Cure, but because of Cure's 3rd CC, if Cure doesn't die here, Cure he will overcome. He will be able to recover in this game. Meanwhile, we do see the defense matrix. It is going to finish, just barely. Will complete. Reaver does get across the map, does scout the initial command center. Ooh, that's a kill. Oh my god, once again, no lift out of Cure. No lift. Oh, the Viking! No! Jesus. Yeah, Cyclone was not quite in position to deny, to punish. Production's been stifled. 2 more ranks is going to be thrown down. Clem is pushing further in. Bold move. Nice tank positioning though. Yeah, punishing the Marines. Pushing Cure further back. Takes down the add-on as well. Very nice damage here by Clem. And thankfully, Clem does not overstay his welcome. Gets his damage, backs off. And do you see what I see? I see a second starport. We mentioned at the beginning of the series how 2-port 2-base all-ins are very trendy. We're seeing it here. 2-port 2-base all-in as the follow-up. So Clem is going to fight for air control. Control the skies. Ooh, we'll lose one of the Vikings there. I'll lose one. Oh, never mind. Punishes. That's on Cure. Cure did not pull back far enough. Clem snipes a Viking. 4 tankers now in position. And as amazing as 3CC is, if Cure cannot expand, it won't matter. And Clem, oh, he's so close. Up, he's checking. There we go. He does check. He does confirm. He does get eyes on the command center. Clem should not let this get up. And Cure is falling further and further behind. Cure does land the Vikings. Clem responds. Does Clem get a kill? There's no tanks here to punish. Yeah, no tanks to support. This CC is gonna go down. Massive pickoff. And Clem is looking to force the ace match. We're gonna try to break out. GG gets called. Cure cannot break out. And Clem, he will claim game number 2. We're going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are getting into the ace match here. Winding it back. When it comes to the game itself, remember, Cure blindly went for a very fast third CC. Cure, he was being so greedy. Little did he know that Clem was committed on one base. Clem didn't expand until after he had made sure that he had denied his opponents and he was containing Cure on one expansion. Then he could take his own base, and Cure, he was just overwhelmed from there. He just could not expand, could not break out, bled out too much, and again, was just too greedy. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 3. We're loading into Sanctuary 3. Let's go. Loading into that next game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Saber. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into the ace match here. Remember, when it comes to the semifinals of Kung Fu Cup, they are best of 3s. Best of 3s, not best of 5s. So this is the final game of said series. We'll see how this story ends. Oh boy. For now. Again, we are going to be opening up. Oh, CC first? Okay, Clem. We go from one extreme to the other. Game number 2, we saw that Clem, he did go for a hyper-aggressive one-base build. This time we're going for, instead, a hyper-greedy build. CC first. I do like this on Sanctuary 3. I would have said the same thing about Lockdown. Both Sanctuary 3 and Lockdown feature this ramp coming into the natural, so it is much safer to go for a greedy build early on. Oh, meanwhile, Cure going 2x Reaper. Interesting. So, Cure's build is designed to 2x Reaper here is supposed to shut down and hard counter proxy 2x's. Just because you have your own Reapers, you have your own Raxes, you can shut it down. Obviously, Clem isn't being hyper aggressive. So in this kind of position here, can Cure punish? He won't deny the CC. This command center is so fast that by the time the Reapers arrive, it's going to be done. Like, the command center will be complete. It's less so about that and more so, can Cure overwhelm the first Reaper, and can he deny the factory? The factory is delayed. That's true. So if we can get on top of the factory and deny that, and as SCVs come in, just pick off SCVs one at a time, then Cure can overwhelm. This would be better if Cure proxied, for sure. Like, if this was proxy 2x Reaper, then I would favor Cure. Because it's back at home, as we mentioned, like, this is meant to be more defensive. It's meant to shut down proxies, not be as aggressive. So we'll see. We'll see if Cure can catch that Reaper. Clem has to be very careful with this first Reaper. Going to be very, very careful. There's that factory now starting. Tree moves out with 2. It comes down to Clem's reaction time. Comes down to his reaction. Curry's got his 3 Reapers. We'll poke in. We'll confirm that the orbital's already complete. Now he knows. Now he's aware. And can he get into all that Reaper? Moves in. Yeah, does move in, and he does get a couple of shots off. We'll get a second SCV. Can he camp that production? He cannot. Yeah, it does move in. The factory is now done. Boys are being pulled. It's getting a little bit messy, and he will not get the Reaper. Reaper's able to get away, and Clem is holding. Clem, he is holding on. Will lose 4 CVs, that is true, and Cure can now start to expand. But you can see how late his command center is in comparison to Clem. Cure needs more damage, and for him not to kill any of the Reapers is brutal. So down to 5 Reapers. There's so far just 1 Hellion. Do we try to dive in? A lot of this comes down to whether or not Cure clumps. If he clumps off the army, then this Heli volley is going to be insane. Oh, here it comes. 2 Heli. Yeah, with 2 Helis, it's fine. Yeah, Clem should be fine. Cure pulls away. Now he has his own Hellion. True. Has his own. And a bit of an intense back and forth. But Clem is holding. Cure will try to rush in. He's going for it. He's going for the Heli's explode. No, Clem! Yeah, Clem is out of position. Massive pickups as 1 Heli goes down. 2 Hellions go down, and that's game. That should be game here as the Reapers, they will roam. Nice KDA charges out of Clem, but the boys are being pulled. And oh my god, the army does clump up. That was big miscontrol by Cure. Yeah, he got surrounded. He does trade. Clem survives. Clem holds. Again, he lost 2 Hellions at the beginning. That should have been it. That should have been game then and there. But no, in the end, Curie clumped up the army, got shut down. Likewise, we saw no target firing on the Reapers, and Clem holds. Now, does lose 6 SCVs. Clem is now down in workers. That is true, but he does have extra mules. Regardless, I would say that Cure has done enough damage to equalize and for the game to continue. Now, as we get into a longer game, Clem is going for the CC on the high ground, so a very fast 3rd command center out of Clem. Cure, still no command center himself. I would say at this point, there's still pressure on Cure to find more damage, only because Clem is rushing to a 3rd base. And I believe Cure is not aware. Yeah, Cure is not scouted. He's now dropping with his Marines and Cyclone. Who reacts first? Oh, do we get a lock on? We do! Yeah, Cyclone gets chopped off, we get a lock on, and that's a massive pickup. The Raven goes down. Ay, kills 1 Marine, but not worth a Raven. Clem at least is aware now of the drop, but that was an expensive scout. Very expensive. Cure is dropping towards the natural. Main army through the center. There's not much to work with, but Cure is moving in. Where's the main army for Clem? Okay. Clem responds. Oh. Clem does respond. Stim is now on the way. 3rd CC is still in the main. And Cure has yet to break out. Or he's yet to push in. Going Viking Liberator on 1 starport. Okay, bold move. Okay, within range of the initial depot. Going for the racks. The Rax takes a lot of hits. Jesus, oh my god. Rax takes a lot of hits, does go down. Meanwhile, we do see the Cure's Viking shoots first. Curie does shoot first, takes down the depot, takes down the add-on. Once again, Clem is going to be punished. He's at the middle line. The Raven! The Raven! What's going on? We throw away the Raven. Here we throw away the Raven. We throw away the Viking as well. Miscontrol by Clem. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, massive blunder. Losing both Ravens without doing anything with them. He threw down some auto targets in a panic, sure, but... Ay, ay, ay. And with that, curious snowballing eye control. Snowballing eye control is moving further in. Tanks are now within range of the CC, forcing Clem to lift. There's 4 tanks here on the low ground. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Bowman here back here. Does fight back. We'll trade. Yeah, 1 for 2. Better Viking trade for Clem. Clem, he's winning out in the skies. But what about everything else? As Curie's landing his 3rd CC. No shot, it's already an orbital. Lands his 3rd base, getting fully saturated. Clem trying to do the same. Oh, nice tank positioning. Clem shoots first. But Clem, he still just can't mine. Should lose a tank as well. Yeah, we lose 1. Trades a tank for a Liberator. Cyclone does help. Nice Cyclone. Dashing in 2 more Vikings. 2 left here for Clem. Getting on top of the CC. Curie does retreat. Tanks getting caught out here. Did lose 2 already. Down to 2. 2 tanks left. Does try to siege. Curie gets caught out. Yeah, big overextension here. He'll lose one of the tanks. Will lose the other though. Oh my god, barely holding on. Yeah, Curie takes the fight. Out of range of the Liberator. Now within range. Yeah, losing his tank. And Clem finally expands. Clem, he breaks free. He breaks free from his contain. Can now claim his 3rd base. But again, Curie's had full 3-base saturation this entire time. He's missing some gases at the 3rd, but it does not matter. He has a booming economy. That will soon translate into the army. Clem is still very much so in trouble. He's moving in. He's moving in. Sieging up with the natural. Siege. And they were forcing Curie's hand. It's going to be a messy engage here, and Curie should lose everything. He still does trade somewhat, but we'll lose both tanks. Curie moving in, going for the Doom Drop. Ooh. Yeah, and GG gets called. GG gets called. Again, the tanks are exposed. Clem is full torn apart. He just has no supply to work with, and Curie will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, game 1 was, I would say, the most standard of all games, but then we got more chaotic, more aggressive. Clem was able to be the aggressor in game number 2. It was Curie being the aggressor here in game number 3, going for the 2-Axe Reaper opener into the 2-base push. We saw that Clem, he did sustain some losses early on. It was a messy defense, and he was likewise getting caught out in the early to mid game, referring to the early Raven, for example. As Raven got caught by the Cyclone, he got out position when it comes to the tanks moving in within range of his production. Then he rotated down to low ground, pushed further in as well, catching a tank. Just some really brutal losses there, and Clem had a very shaky early game. GG. GG, well played. In the end, the greedier build that Clem went for was not quite worth it. Not quite. With that, Clem is out. Clem is out, Curie is in, and now we're getting into into our second series, into our next semi-finals match. Let's go. I see in chat, Clem playing TBT again? Yes. You can spread the news, of course, but if you have not been watching StarCraft over the past month, basically since the patch went live, Clem has stopped playing PvT, stopped playing Protoss. When the patch went live, he does not like playing Protoss on the new patch. That's why he's playing TBT again. I would say that TBT is still Clem's weakest matchup. That has not changed. There's a reason why he stopped playing TBT. It is his weakest matchup. But he has been improving for sure. He has been improving in said matchup. Buenas noches. Get some sleep. As we then enter our next series here, it's going to be a ZVT, Rogue, and ByuN are going to be facing off. Remember, the winner of the series will face off against Cure in the grand finals. Let's go. Let's go. Game 1, Old Sun Temple. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg, the South Korean Zerg. Oh, it is Rogue. As we have cross spawn, I feel like this is quite rare. Okay, spawning in the left hand corner, we have the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of South Korea. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go as we, oh my god. As we are going to be moving out with our early SCV scouts. Again, welcome to our TVZ. Welcome to the Old Sun Temple. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top left, and top right as well. 4 possible spawn locations, but we found ourselves in a cross spawn position. Now, because of the now longer rush distance by ground, because of the specific spawn locations, I do actually... Oh, we're proxying. I did take note of the early SCVs. So proxy 2x. I was going to say that I favor Rogue. I favor Rogue in a longer game on a larger map, but we're going to have to put a pin on that one because ByuN is not going to let this get to the late game. Not at all. Proxy 2x. So proxy 2x bunker rush here by ByuN. We'll see if ByuN can force an overreaction. Remember, 2x is not all in. This is a macro build, technically. Like, behind this, you typically transition and you tech and you expand. If this was all in, we'd be seeing a third Rax. There'd be a third Rax with this instead. So you can transition out of a 2 Rax, but you do need to find some damage nonetheless. You don't have to kill, you have to cripple though, or at least do some equivalent damage. Rogue is moving out with the Overlord, and the Overlord will scout this. Oof. Yeah, the Overlord will confirm. Rogue, does he pull away and not let ByuN be aware here? Remember, the SCV does have less vision. Yep, there we go. Does pull away. Quick reaction out of Rogue. Oh my god. Very quick reaction. ByuN, he does spot the Overlord. Okay, knows. And he spots the Overlord. He'll find a Rogue spawn location. We will need that bunker. I mean, the boys are being pulled. The bunker is still not yet on the way. And Rogue is here to shut it down. He's going for the dive. Rogue, he does dive in. He's chasing down the Marines. We'll lose 1 drone. Just 1. And it catches the army. Yeah, massive catch here. Gets 1 Marine. Nice sort of stepping go out of ByuN. Oh my god. ByuN doesn't get surrounded. Wow, ByuN does not get surrounded. If we fail to surround, I mean, that's game-ending damage. That's 5 drones and so much less mining time. And remember, ByuN is transitioning back at home, or at least he should be working on it. Oof. Yeah, 5 drones. There's that CC on the high ground. True, the transition is now cheaper as well. Is much more accessible because the command center is cheaper. True. And ByuN has done enough. As long as he doesn't lose these Marines. That's very good. Massing on Morlings back at home. This is a lot of Zerglings, by the way. A lot of Zerglings for Rogue. As he's massing on more. He wants ByuN to move in. Is ByuN going to take the bait? Uh-oh. Rogue ready for the surround. ByuN. Rogue is trying to lure him in. No, ByuN, don't fall for it. He's falling. ByuN, he's pushing onto creep. Yeah, he's pushing onto creep. Rogue pulls further back. Here comes the surround. And we're gonna lock this down. We're gonna lock this down. And Ling's coming from behind. They get a full surround here in the Marines, and ByuN will lose everything. Oof. Now bleed out with the ByuN. Back at home, the factory is late. There is 0 fighting units now for ByuN. He got baited. Straight up. He got baited, baby. Ay, ay, ay. Now, ByuN has to pull the voice. He's going for a 3rd CC, by the way. Very fast 3rd CC into the factory. He's going to have to pull the voice to repair. Rogue can nibble away and force inefficiencies out of ByuN. At least until the Hellion pops. Now from here, we're joining. We're saturating. There's no like Bane bust or anything like that. We could totally be nibbling a little bit more here, but no. Rogue plays it safe. Does scout the 3rd CC though. Does scout the 3rd CC. And from here, the game continues. Where exactly are we? I mean, Rogue, he saved his base. He did lose 5 drones early on, but honestly, his drone count is still looking relatively healthy, so he's re-droning, resaturating, claiming his 3rd. The game continues from here. I would say Rogue is looking much more comfortable because ByuN doesn't really have anything to be active on the map with. Going for his bio follow-up. I'm making that assumption, but no shot we go into the 2nd factory, right? ByuN has been playing a lot of mech recently. Do we go proxy 2 racks into double factory? No, okay. Attack clap has begun. Unless, is there a world? There it is. Yeah, there is a world. I was gonna say that, is there a world where this is a fake out? The Overlord sees the tech lab and we're gonna lift? Yeah, we're gonna lift. We're gonna add on top. It is mech. I was about to say that because of the structure of the add-ons and the buildings, like it looked weird. It looked off to me. So it is gonna be mech. Ah. We've been traumatized by the ladder, pappy. We can sniff it out ahead of time. Smooch. So ByuN is going to make it up. Again, this shouldn't be a surprise to you if you've been watching ByuN recently. ByuN, Clem, a lot of the Terran players, we've been seeing a lot more mechas of late. Battle mech specifically in TVZ. Not saying we see it every game, but it's not uncommon to see it once in a series. As both ByuN and Clem have been mixing in mech and cure. Going into blue flame and going into macro accelerators. We've been doubling down with the mech. Rogue currently has no idea, so Rogue is going to Ling Bane. It's now Rogue's time to get baited. Getting baited into Ling Bane, which I would say is a less efficient composition against mech. You do want roaches. You can try to get away with Ling Bane Hydra, but it's very difficult. It's quite difficult to achieve. Oh, the Ling spots extra Hellions, doesn't see the Cyclone, but seeing 3 extra Hellions is a bit of a tell, right? Like, seeing this many Hellions, if you're expecting a 2-on-1, makes no sense. And Rogue responds with a Spire. Oh, this is bold. He's going Ling Queen into Spire against Battle Mech? There's a good chance that ByuN can punish and can break Rogue before Mutas hit the field. Yeah. We're looking to the Queens. Queen's going to be going down, getting 1. 1 Queen falls, clears up all the creep, going for the rest of the Queens. He wants more. And he's going to get them. Raven does get low. So, army rotates. This army's still lacking Cyclones. The surround! Rogue, he comes in from behind. He locks down the army. Yeah, he locks him down. Ooh, Bailey's gets spent on the Cyclones. That should not have happened. Miscontrol at a Rogue. Yeah, big miscontrol. Cyclones, they survive. They tank well. Hellbat's morphin. We're going for the Queens. We're going for the Queens, Pappy. We'll have her PTSD. The Queens, they will hold their own. Thankfully, they can transfuse. Roach Warren is now done. We're building a bit of roaches. If ByuN had killed all these workers, different story, but he doesn't do any economic damage here. That is a bit concerning. ByuN is still ahead economically, that is true, and he's going for his fast 4th CC. But that was a big trade here for ByuN, and ideally with BattleMech, you want to snowball out of control and build up over time. Did lose 2 Cyclones and all those Hellions. We're about to find out if this is acceptable. As ByuN moves in, Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. A very nice positioning here as Lings, they get shut down. Yeah, rough trade with the Lings. Cyclones, they look into the Ravagers. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. 3 Ravagers go down. Oh my god. Some very expensive losses there for Rogue. As he might lose another. Yeah, 1 more Ravager and 3 Roaches. Everything goes down. Yeah, it all goes down. And ByuN snowballs out of control. GG gets called. He breaks the 3rd base. And ByuN will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played again. ByuN, he was able to bait Rogue by tricking him by going to mech, faking bio, of course. Rogue had a later response, a later transition into roaches. As a result, there was a window of time where he was vulnerable, and we saw ByuN abuse that window, trade well, shut down the Lings, push in towards the bases, and I was a little bit concerned that maybe ByuN would lose momentum after losing his first push, but no, he kept pushing. He kept going, he built up a higher Cyclone count, and he could just keep the pressure up and keep the pressure on, and ensure that Rogue never built up a Roach Ravager count. GG. GG well played. With that, we're now loading to game number 2. What's important here is just how active and how aggressive ByuN was with his battle mech to ensure that Rogue never hit critical mass of Roach Ravager. Never got there. So now we're loading into game number 2. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. Who else playing Protoss on the new patch? Who else love playing on the new patch? True. Smooch. But it's all good. Like, again, when it comes to the current iteration of the game, again, we're expecting a patch to change things. We're expecting that. For those unaware, I do recommend checking out the podcast. We already had this discussion about the rumors about an upcoming patch post BlizzCon. The issue with that is that it is going to be after BlizzCon, so expect another patch like in October. Like, expect it like late September, October, that sort of period of time. That is what is expected. It's important to know that the Blizzard, I'm fairly certain they know that the current state of StarCraft is not in a good place. There aren't many new builds. The goal that was set out initially with the patch was not met. In fact, it did the opposites. When it took away builds, it took away aggression, and it just didn't achieve its accomplishments. But that's all known. It's just that it doesn't make any sense right now to make any changes to the game when players are preparing for BlizzCon, right? Like, you want the game to be stagnant before a big event like BlizzCon, because the last thing you want to do is like drop a patch like 2 weeks before BlizzCon when they're preparing for, you know, a big stage like that, right? So post BlizzCon. Bro's gonna whine because they spent too much time playing the old version. It's important to bear in mind that that's not actually what's occurring. It's important to actually be aware as to the current state of the game and what the pro players are saying. They're not talking about, you know, they're not complaining that they have to adapt. They have adapted. They're talking about the meta, the meta of each matchup right now. So, talking about pros complaining because of change is disingenuous to what's actually being spoken about and to what's the actual issue of the meta and of StarCraft at the moment. So it's important to bear that in mind. I think there are some people out there that like to say that they're like shadowboxing. They're like, pro players are complaining because they don't want to change, but that's not happening. Like, that's not what pro players are saying. There is no pro player out there that's upset that they have to change things because things are different. That's not true. But here we go. Here we go. We are settling into our initial ZVT. Oh, and we're going for a very fast lair. No link speed. So no link speed here. We're going for the fast lair. Now, I want to say usually this means 2-base muta. Usually this means we're rushing to the spire, rushing into muta play. But I don't want to discredit the idea of potentially going for a fast lair into... no. I was going to say, like, if we go into, like, a link speed alongside this or into a roach one, we can go into, like, a Nidus base all in. But we're not really seeing any further tech here. So I'm leaning more towards spire play. Bearing in mind that specifically here on Sanctuary 3, it is safer to defend on 2 bases. Safer to defend. What's true then? Right now, players are talking about the game right now has quote unquote stabilized, and the current meta. When I say meta, I think some people like hear that, they don't really know what that means. The meta of the game, or the meta game, is basically what is common and the current trends of each matchup of TVZ, ZVT, and ZVP, and what is commonly seen in each matchup, like what is viable, what is efficient, the quote unquote like correct way to play. And currently for each of those matchups, like they're not in a very good place. They're not very enjoyable, unfortunately. As we're going for a Hellbat push, let's go. We're going for Hellbats, going for our Vikings. Now, as these armies clash, Rogue is almost hard countering. Remember, Rogue, he is not scouted. He is not scouted the main base. Rogue, he's going into the fast lair, not into 2-base muta. He's going into 2-base roach blindly, building up into roach speed in towards carapace. Meanwhile, ByuN is going for a Hellbat push blindly into roaches. So, I believe as long as the roach count can build up, and it is, Rogue just hard counters. I believe this should be a hard counter. ByuN is moving in. We'll see how ByuN can trade and if he can get any value with this. ByuN is moving in. ByuN does move in. Oh. Once again, we have a wall of roaches behind us. The queens, they should pull back. They should not go down. I say that. Oh, does focus on the medevac. And again, ByuN, he's going to be cleaned up. Going to be cleaned up here. The roaches, they hard counter. And ByuN can just counterattack. Sorry, Rogue, I meant to say. Rogue can just counterattack. Rogue, he can just snowball out of control. This is almost like a build order win. Build order win here out of Rogue, as he blindly went 2-base roach against a blind Hellbat push. Behind this, we do see that ByuN is trying to go into Bio, working towards Stim, trying to transition to a more marine heavy setup. Rogue is supply blocked at least. But I don't see Rogue droning. I mean, he's supply blocked, to be fair. As he moves out across the map. Behind this, there's no tank production, of course. No tanks, no widow mines, no splash damage. Rogue has potential to break through. Yeah, he's committing. Yeah, Rogue is just going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. Knocking down the front door. The Banshee will eventually chip away at this army. True. But Rogue has to make use of this. Moving in. Bars on the front door. Yeah, boys are being pulled into the roaches. And this should be crippling damage. Oh. Should cripple. 20 SCV kills. 22. 22 workers going down. Breaks the main army, pushing further into the main. And catching at the tank. GG. GG gets called. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. Again, just a build order win here. ByuN blindly went for his own Hellbat push. Meanwhile, Rogue blindly went 2-base Roach before Link Speed, before anything. Fast layer into 2-base Roach. So just a build order win there from Rogue. Very unfortunate there for ByuN. Again, the likelihood of his opponent going for 2-base Roach is going to be quite low, I would say. Very, very low. But again, Rogue, I should say, just playing very, very safe, very Roach heavy. GG. GG well played. That leads us into the ace match, into game number 3. Let's go. Now, I don't know if you noticed something, but this is where we should be discussing the meta here of TVZ, and that is Terran players have to be hyper aggressive. That's why in game 1 we saw the hidden mech, we saw the hidden battle mech, of course, out of ByuN. Here in game 2 we saw the hidden Hellbats all in. Now coming into game 3, what will ByuN whip out? Spawning in upper hand corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. Oh, tying up the series 1-1, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. So, let us go. So we are settling in. And we'll see if ByuN does cut some corners here. Based on the rally, we're going for a CC first. Okay. So welcome to Additional's Edge. This is a bit of a larger map of the map pool. This map is a bit of a larger map, and it does favor some longer games. That is true, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on ByuN to be aggressive. Now, he does cut corners, does go CC first, but when it comes to the mid game, we'll see where ByuN takes us. Now, the reason why you want to be aggressive is specifically in TVZ, this map is Zerg favored. The reasoning for this is because if the Terran player goes into a longer and later game and tries to build up on 4 and 5 bases, the Zerg player can take advantage of that and claim the gold and also claim the high yield bases. We have a lot of high yield expansions here that favors whoever has map control, so trying to play out a longer and later game is very difficult on Additional's Edge, depending on the matchup, depending on who has that map control. So we typically expect Terran players to end the game early, to try to end things early and make sure they can stop the game and kill the Zerg before the gold and before the high yield bases come into play. So first things first, again, faster natural base, faster CC. Meanwhile, hatch gas pool, standard opener here out of Rogue. We'll keep an eye on where he spends his gas, and we'll keep an eye on how he does take up. But because we know that like another patch is coming, that's also why I also push back against like any, like every now and then someone comes in and tries to talk about like the patch or what they dislike about it or something in the chat, where it's like I don't think there's really much reason to discuss that here, especially during tournaments, especially during like covering players, just because like we know like that, like everyone knows that, Blizzard knows that, like it'll be changed later. It's something that's already going to happen. Again, eyes are on ByuN. From here, oh, okay, going for a 1-1-1, so a much more aggressive build here by ByuN, opting not to go for the third CC. This makes sense. As we mentioned before, the chance ByuN has to be more aggressive. He has to be in the face of ByuN, sorry, in the face of Rogue, in the face of the Zerg. As we're going for Reacted Marine. Okay, okay. So we're setting up for the early medevac, for the early drop. Bearing in mind this is going to be stimless, so there's going to be a little bit less weight behind this. This is very ByuN. It's very, very ByuN. ByuN, he loves going for these like anti-upgrade or these upgrade-less timings. We can try to hit the player early on. This only works if Rogue is greedy. If Rogue is greedy, if he cuts corners, if he's droning up too heavily, then ByuN can punish. They're going for a delayed third. Oh, the Overlord does get eyes on the mass amount of Marines. Good scout here by Rogue. He's aware. And back at home, he's making links. So if you remember, if Rogue was unaware of this move out and unaware of the drop, then he'd be droning at the moment, droning and saturating. Here, he is making links to respond, links to react, and Rogue should be ready for the drop. As he's making another set of queens, extra lings. ByuN dropping into the main base. At the same time, Hellions, they do move out towards the left-hand side. We'll see if ByuN can slip into the mineral line. Now it's deflected. Queens are ready. Yeah, queens are in position. Hellions don't find damage, and Rogue holds. Oh, does get a queen though. Nice big off. Yeah, Rogue, he was inattentive. Did lose a queen. And now ByuN can hunt down Overlords. We can hunt down Overlords, try and fight for some map control, deny some creep. We can try. Again, ByuN just 9 creep. Behind this Rogue, he is going to be taking up a little bit further. Does go straight for the Spire. I believe he had an Infestation on the way. Cancels, going for the Spire. Going to meter play. And ByuN just waiting for Stim, waiting for his upgrades. Then he can start to be active, then he can start to move out. Pressure is on ByuN. He does rotate here towards left-hand side. We have 3 Hellbats that will help a little bit here when it comes to support. Lings, they spot the army. Rogue is aware. Baliness is not done. Very delayed. This is a Baliness after the Spire. Yeah, greed out of Rogue. The base is going to be denied. Nice pick up. Nice catch by ByuN. At the same time, ooh, ByuN, he was inattentive. Will lose his drop. Yeah, drop goes down. Mine shots, they're okay. And at least they force a pick up. They force a pick up in the end. Rogue, he will get a full surround. Defending without Bailings. Ay, ay, ay. This was maybe the best moment here for ByuN, but he gets punished. He gets punished, he gets caught out. Bleeds out more Marines. And now for the next wave, there will be Bailings. Here they come. Now we have Ling Bane. ByuN has to keep going. As he tries to move out, Lings, they do counterattack. They spot saturation. Nothing more than that. And as time goes on, now we have our mutas. He's going to be getting a bit out of hand here. Now, there is still potential with the Widow Mines. These mines, they can pop off. First mine goes down. Ooh, takes on the second. And once again, ByuN has to pull away. I cannot engage on creep. Here we'll reinforce. Now, what I will say is that thankfully, because how aggressive ByuN has been, it does mean that the mutas haven't had a chance to get across the map. There's been no muta harass, and nothing really to slow down the economy of ByuN. That is true. So ByuN is he's still quite stable with his economy, with his production. Working on a 4th CC. Whether he can claim it's a different story. He's at 4th base. we go. We're ready to move in. To can't engage head on like this though. Yeah, let's respect the mines. Okay, we have a lot of Marines behind this. Door production has begun as well. Rogue needs to be careful. But as time goes on, a lot of that pressure is being alleviated. Earlier, Rogue, he was struggling to defend his 4th base. Now the 4th is up. 5th is on the way as well. Creep is spreading quite freely. ByuN is losing map control. And what did we say earlier at the beginning of this game? We spoke about how on this map, on the adversary's edge, the moment you start to lose map control, then everything snowballs out of control. We start talking about the gold bases, we start talking about the high yield bases as well. Being stuck turtling here for Terran is brutal on adversary's edge. But he's trying to be active. He's trying to move out. Yeah, ByuN scans, checks for the gold. Setting up at the center. Bailey's, they take down 1 mine. A little bit premature, very premature here. Oh my god, we throw away the Bailings. He was premature, Pappy. At the same time, music coming from behind. Bailey's able to smash it. Oh my god, surround. It cleans up the ByuN army. It was a messy fight out of Rogue, but still got the surround. Still got the surround. Messy, Pappy. The bases are still safe. The bases are still saturated. And Rogue is looking very comfortable. It's looking very comfortable here. Now we're taking up into Hive, into Ultras. I don't really see these pushes achieving too much anymore. Rogue is once again just moving out. Ignores the main army, goes to the counterattack. Oh, shows some mine though. One does go off, catching a meter. No base is cancelled. Nice pick out of ByuN. Doesn't have enough at home to defend. Yeah, ByuN is getting overwhelmed, bleeding out his bio. Mutas, they burst into the main. And ByuN does get across the map. We have Bailings to defend. Oh, where's the reaction? Yeah, they reaction to Rogue. He was focused elsewhere. And this still comes down to the main fight. The mine count isn't too high. It's still only 8 Widow Mines. And some of them are back at home. ByuN commutes across the map. Oh, running into... Oh god. Once again, a messy defense. Bailey smashing into Marauders. Not ideal. At the same time, Mutas a backstab. 13 SCV is going to be going down. 13 SCV kills. Oh. And ByuN is committed. This one, ByuN is committed. He has to push in. Ooh, we'll take some Baileys to the face. Ultras are coming. No upgrades yet. It may not matter. Yeah, it may not matter. There's just too much Zerg here. We overwhelm the army, the Marauders, the Thors that get surrounded. Ultras have arrived. ByuN does get the expansion at least, and still being annoying here at the natural. True. It's being annoying. Catching on some workers, but he will be cleaned up. Yeah, there's no easy way out of the main. And the scary thing about what's happening here isn't, I mean, this is an example here where the soup is lying to you. Because of the Hive, because of the Ultras, because of Candace plating as well, what do we need against this? Heavy Marauder count, Ghosts, Liberators. ByuN, he's heavily reliant here on just Mass Marine, Mass Spire. He doesn't really have the setup here for a Ghost Academy, for Ghost production, for Liberators. He's being out-teched. In terms of the quality of the army, he's one step behind. And it's going to be a challenge for ByuN to take a 5th base. We'll attempt to. Rogue does spot the 5th. He knows what he wants. You just distract. This 5th base should go down. Oh, gotta be careful there. Against SimCity in ByuN's favor. Show some eye shots. Oh, decent connections. Catching up banelings. The ultras are on their own. Yeah, Rogue needs more Link Bane. But the reality is that all Rogue needs to really do here is deny the 5th. Deny the 5th base over and over again. And ByuN, he will eventually starve out. As he's out of resources in his main base and the natural. ByuN needs the expansion if he wants any hope to try to build up a greater army here. But again, this 5th base, it's so open. It's like it's such an open expansion. Maru, Clem, they struggle to maintain this 5th base. We'll see if ByuN can hold on to it. We'll see. Oh. Catching out of mine. Take another to the face. ByuN holding on the top side. Chopping on the left. There is an opening somewhat. The armor gets spotted. Rogue gets time to react. Oof. Cleans up the harassing army. ByuN commits on the top side. Uh-oh. Okay. Does him it in. Oh. That's mine shots. Yeah, mine's connect with the ultras. Ultras are going to go down. They're on their own. We need Link Bane. We need Link Bane support. Ultras get picked up. Heavy losses there for Rogue. And the base goes down. Takes down the expansion. At the same time, though, oh gosh, 21 SCVs. Yeah, ByuN cannot get a 5th. Does take down 2 expansions, though. Again, this army is very Marauder heavy. Gold is on the way. And Rogue, he is able to remax. He is remaxing. He's still lacking gas. He does need to rebuild these expansions. A lot of this will come down to the next fight. I do think that ByuN has a lot of potential here to just trade more efficiently. Yeah. Rogue even just cancels. He cannot defend. Cannot defend the gold base. Jeez. As he's waiting for his army to max out, the ultras have arrived. Rogue is ready. He's ready this time. ByuN is given time to set up here, and again, it all comes down to this 5th base. That's why we're just setting up all the turrets, all the missile turrets, sensor towers, widow mines as well. This is where ByuN can make his stand. We can take the best fight possible. And Rogue is going to try to collapse in from one angle. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, that's never going to work. Rogue, he apes in back. Not like this. ByuN takes his fight. Typically, the best move here for the Zerg player is to avoid this position, right? This is where ByuN wants to fight. He wants to fight in this entrenched position with turrets, with widow mines, with choke points. Ideally, you backstab. You break the northern base, you force the army to react, and then you can like break and collapse on a smaller composition, a smaller army. And that's what Rogue is going for. Has he waited too long? We have mines. There's like, what, 3-4 widow mines here in the mineral line. One shot goes off. Just the one. Rogue collapsing in. Late reaction there by ByuN. Does pull away, shows some mine shot. Doesn't go off. Yeah, mine shot doesn't go off. ByuN force back. Oh. The ultra. Push on the Ultralisk. Snipes A punish the Mutas. And thanks to the 5th base, we've got our ghosts. We have our ghosts, we can now afford them. Pushing towards the gold. We spoke earlier, it all comes down to the 5th base, and ByuN got it. He got that 5th base up and running. He can now move in. He can move in. Oh god, he can try to move in. We come in for the flank. We come in for the flank. Massive Bailey connections here as they smash into the ghosts. Where are the where are the Metamax? Metamax 8 now lifts. It's late. And ByuN plummets in supply. He plummets 70 supply. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN here overextends. He gets flanked. He gets surrounded. Not like this. That was 5 ghosts going down. 5 ghosts, 18 marauders. Some heavy losses there for ByuN. Trading mainly against Ling Bane. Only killing 1 Ultralisk. Never mind. ByuN had built up, but tried to push back. Nah, we can't do that. Oh, nice mine shots. And nice mine connections. Ooh, the planetary is still going to go down. ByuN can retake this, but now it's no longer a planetary. It still comes down to whether or not ByuN can maintain the 5th. I spoke too soon when I said that when he was able to take it. Still trying. Yeah, I spoke too soon, Pappy. Oh my god, once again, Rogue, he just runs into the mines. Oh god. Why is they're allowing ByuN to hold on? Going for the gold. But again, the best way here to defend the 5th base is to expand with your army, right? Especially as a Terran player, you expand with your army. You want everything to be situated here on that left side. Pushing forward. Threatening the gold. Oh, mine shots. Oh my god, massive connections. The mines are popping off for ByuN. ByuN still needs more time to replenish his army. He's still not quite there. We have 6 ghosts. A much healthier mine count. We have 15 Widow Mines. Much healthier. ByuN sealing for that center area. Once again, we just take the mines to the face. The planetary is going to go down. And do we chase down the ghost? Do we? Oh my god. Yeah, these connections here on the mines. The ghosts, they barely pull away. Nice kiting. Yeah, nice kiting. Better engage here from ByuN. It cleans up all the Banelings, cleans up all the Ultras as well. Rogue overextends. Again, Rogue, he killed the gold base, but he just kept pushing and he lost everything. No Baneling connections. The Ultras did not get close. And ByuN is pushing. ByuN is pushing. Oh, he's actually pretty all in. Banelings are being denied. ByuN has to end the game. Reinforcements are now trickling in. This is it. ByuN's gonna go for it. Some of the Banelings, they will finish. Again, we're getting messy. Yeah, we're getting very messy here, but ByuN looks like he does have enough. He sims on forward. Brings together his army. Oh my god. Get the mines. They do keep connecting. But as ByuN bleeds out Ghost, he can't afford these losses. Not like this. Yeah, down to almost purely Marauders. The mines though. Ooh. Might as well punish the Mutas. Behind this, we have more Ultras on the way, more Lings. Switching to Corruptor instead. This I do like. And again, ByuN is heavily reliant on these mules. At this point, he's mined out of his 3rd. He's mining out of his 4th base. He's down to a 1 base economy. 1.5 thanks to the gold. There's all that matters for ByuN. This one expansion. Oh god. He's not gonna hold on to it. He's not gonna hold on. ByuN is broke, Pappy. He's broke. Meanwhile, Rogue, he's got 2 fresh bases. Did I say 2? He has 3. 3 fresh expansions. Still another potentially 2 more bases on the top side as well for Rogue. ByuN is fighting for his life. Oh, so before seeing friendly fire. Very nice friendly fire. Oh, God. We track the mines. Yeah, some brutal connections. And again, ByuN is running out of steam. Who lose control of the golds. Diving on top of the army. Ultras, they bust into the mineral line. And what that Rogue has done is he will clean up, he will overwhelm. Again, ByuN is just run out of steam. Can't produce anything else. Down to 12 SCVs. Again, I was impressed that ByuN was able to maintain the 5th base at one time when he first took the 5th base and when he was able to set up his turrets. That was a big moment for ByuN. But again, he couldn't really get any headway. He was able to take down some of the northern bases at one point, but after a time, he was just stuck at home. Rogue could mass expand, and ByuN just can't keep up. He cannot keep up. Not like this. I'll say Rogue did have a hard time engaging into mines. We saw so many brutal mine shots, and they kept ByuN in this, for sure, 100%. They kept in this thing as long as he did. That was on Rogue. So we do land one of the fungals. Yeah, 1 fungal lands. That's going to be enough. We clean up all the marauders. Once again, mules are denied. There's so many mules. The mule hammer, Pappy. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Rogue, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Rogue, he will claim the series. Again, ByuN, he was able to hold his own for a time. As we mentioned, like, I was very impressed with ByuN's initial claim of the 5th expansion and defense of his northern triangular 3rd base at the same time. That was a really strong moment there for ByuN, of course. The issue, as we did mention, was that he wasn't really able to leverage that into pushing across the map. If you remember, the one time he pushed, he got surrounded. That was the moment where he lost 6 ghosts. He lost 6 ghosts in the center of the map, where he killed 1 Ultra and like 1 Mutalisk and traded mainly against Lingbane. The Lingbane, they just caught the army, they came from behind, and that was the one time that ByuN went for like his like first big committed push, got shut down. And yeah, from then on forward, it was ByuN mainly focused on trying to build up his economy and try to sustain himself. Didn't quite get there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Rogue, he will claim the series, and that leads us into the grand finals. Remember earlier, Cure took down Clem. Now Rogue takes down ByuN, and we do have a best of 5 between Rogue and Cure. We have another TBZ. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our TBZ matchup. Now, Cure's approach to this is less aggressive. We'll get into it. We'll get into it once we get our players ready. We can discuss how Cure approaches the matchup. Let's go. The 12 might not be enough SCVs. It might not be. It might. You know what? I think you're onto something. Oh no. Might not be. But again, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals. We'll have Rogue versus Cure. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back here to the grand finals. It's grand finality of the KungFu Cup, the KFC week number 18. We just wrapped up with the semifinals. We did have Clem versus Cure and Rogue versus ByuN. And now we have the grand finals. It's going to be a ZVT here, Rogue versus Cure. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into our final series of the broadcast. Best of 5 is upon us. Let's go. Let us go, as we are going to be getting into our first game into Sanctuary 3. Vámonos. Meanwhile, big shout to SC Boy. Big shout to SC Boy. They, of course, the Chinese casters and organizers of this event. They do a lot for StarCraft. They likewise do host a bunch of streamer events over in China as well. They've been in charge of a lot of what's been going on with Thunderfire and with NetEase. So big shout to SC Boy for running this event on a regular basis as we jump into our grand finals. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go as we are settling into our next game, as we are jumping into our fresh series. Oh, Cure opening up with a 2x Reaper. Let's go. It is going to be a much more aggressive start here by Cure. We'll see what Cure can achieve early on. Let's go. Don't think Gumiho is ever coming back. For those who maybe haven't watched GSL this year, Gumiho, he actually spoke on this. I believe Gumiho, he has an IRL job. He has moved on to another part of his life, part of his career, of course, as an individual. Both Gumiho and Creator, like they're both, I don't think they went into specifics, but I think they have office jobs. I think they both have office jobs. So as a result, like their main focus is not StarCraft. Another one is Bunny also as well. Their main focus is not StarCraft. I will say that for Bunny, he does pop up every now and then. Every now and then, he does show up like in a tournaments, like once every couple of weeks sort of thing. Same with Creator. Creator, he still shows up every now and then for a tournament here and there, but not their main focus anymore. It's possible that we might see Gumiho in next year's GSL qualifiers, just for fun. I think like DRG is another example of that, where DRG randomly showed up for a GSL qualifier, even though like he's not playing StarCraft full time anymore. So we could see like a fun appearance from them in said qualifiers. But if that's the case, that'll be next year. Will be next year. As now again, we did open up 2x Reaper. Curie will be moving out. Now, bearing in mind, 2x Reaper is not an is not an all-in. It's just a way to be active, to have a presence on the map, and to contain the Zerg on 2 bases. The goal here is to delay the third expansion, force a reaction of your opponent, force some inefficiencies, and potentially pick off some Zerglings. But this should not kill drones. Should not kill workers. As Reaper does break in, does pull away. Reapers they rotate towards the right hand side. Just poking, prodding. Once again, the goal here is just to contain, making sure they spot any drone attempting to expand, and keep Rogue pinned. Behind this, we're going into our third CC. Oh! We're going into our third TC here before factory, so it's going to be a 3CC 2-on-1. Economic variation of a sim timing. And it's going to be on Rogue to break out. Behind this, he does not stay in gas. One of the options we could have seen here is we stay in gas and we could go for a faster lair or even a faster roach run, but no, Rogue is just droning. Rogue is just droning, chilling, slowly building up and taking his third base. It is going to be delayed, that is true. It's going to be a very late third expansion, but it's happily just droning up and saturating from here. before entering that mid game. Bearing in mind, because Rogue knows it's a 2-on-1, like he knows that a sim timing is coming, it is not unheard of to go for like a 2-Rack Reaper opener into mech. Like that has been mixed in every now and then. But Cure isn't really one to approach mech in that way. Rogue, he saw the third CC. Yeah, he knows. He saw the third CC. He's aware of the economic follow-up. And he's going Evo Chamber first. Now, the goal here of Evo Chamber first is to get fast +1 carapace. This does benefit heavily against heavy bio compositions. Again, it's 2-Rax Marine, it's 2-Rax Stim. So carapace will be ideal. And there we go, carapace does begin. He's droning, saturating. So that looking good, looking comfortable. And I'm going to be concerned here if Cure is passive until his 7-minute push, or 7:30 push, I should say. Typically, we should be active with our medevacs, and we're just now going for our add-on swap into reactive medevac production. This will give Cure his first kind of big move on the map. And we'll see what he can get done with it. We shall see. Here comes the main push. The medevacs are rallied. And ideally, this wants to threaten the 4th base. Speaking of, 4th base is yet to be thrown down. Rogue, he's actually taking his gases at his 3rd. Going for his lair. Getting his Bane nest. There it is, there's that 4th base. Unfortunately for Cure, he's pushing on the right-hand side. And Rogue is ready. Rogue is in position. Cure rotates around. If he does rotate his way towards the 4th base, and there's potential, for sure. Clears up the active tumors. Does make its way over. The Lings are also responding. The Queen should as well. Curie finds the 4th. And for now, he just cleans up all the active tumors. You can see that Cure's being very careful. He's being very careful. He's looking after his army. Poking in, pulling away, does not commit. This does mean that Cure's going to preserve his army for his tank push. His tanks, they're massing up back at home. And Cure has not lost any Marines yet. So he now is reinforcing. The downside of this, of course, means that the 4th base is going to finish, and Rogue, he's going to have Baneling speed, he's going to have a robust army against this. The creep is still lacking, that is true. And Cure has to make sure that it stays that way. As here come the tanks. A tank. it's just one. Yeah, scans ahead of time, does spot the army. Cure's moving in. Takes down the tumors. But again, it's only one tank. There's not that much behind this. And that's target firing on the Banelings, but the tank does go down, and that will take away any kind of bite to this army. Rogue holds. Rogue, he holds on. Curie starts his 4th CC. Again, it felt like a very non-committed push there from Cure, half committed even, I should say. As he didn't move out with all of his tanks, and he wasn't necessarily set up well enough to engage into the 4th base. This is getting a little bit worrisome here. So Rogue, he's now freely droning up to 80. He's getting up to 80 workers. And the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for Cure. Pushing towards the main, spores are set up. At this rate, Rogue is going to be the first to max. And we spoke about TVZ and ByuN struggling to maintain his 5th base that was on Adatoni's edge. Here on Sanctuary 3, the 4th base is on the low ground, is much more exposed. Your 3 base setup is pretty secure, for sure. But that 4th base, though, Curie's working towards it. You know, Rogue rushing into Hive Tech. Adrenal's on the way, Ultras as well. It looks like Rogue is not going to push, actually. So this 4th base should freely get up and running. Looks like Rogue's going to stay home until he builds up into Ultras. Oh, he's looking. No, he's not. Jesus. Late reaction, late pickup. Does save most of his fire, thankfully. Those 5 Marines going down. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. Oh my god. Nice mine shot. Shot goes off. And Rogue is now getting his 5th base. Ultra Cameron's almost done. And again, this has been a much more passive approach here out of Cure. Personally, I'm not too fond of it just because it does give the Zerg player a lot of freedom. At the same time, you could argue that Cure, he's retained a good chunk of his army, so he hasn't lost too much. He still has an army to work with, to threaten, to posture. But he hasn't been able to achieve too much with it. Oh, the Banelings. The Banelings! Oh no! Oh my god! The Burrowed Banes! Catching our Cure. Ay, ay, ay. And the Ultras are coming. We spoke about this earlier. The goal here for Rogue is just defend until Ultras. And he's almost there. He's almost at the Ultras. I say almost. He's there. We're still waiting for Kindness Plating. The upgrade is still not yet done. Rogue still needs a little bit more time for Carapace. He's moving out. He's got his Ultras. As he moves out, we do see Cure moving in. There's potential for damage. Going for my Cobalt Shroud, okay. If they smash into the planetary should go down. And we go for the SCVs. Oh my god, the SCVs don't pull away. 14, 15 SCV kills. Some heavy losses there for Cure. At the same time, the drop was deflected. Rogue defends back at home. Rogue defends, he attacks, kills 15 workers, takes down the planetary. And we'll see if Cure can stabilize on 4 bases. Now it's going to be an orbital, so a weaker position here now for Cure. No more planetary. Rogue remaxing with this time even more Ultralisks. The Ultra Gun is getting higher. Ling Rabbi moves in. Hits the mineral line. Does get a tank. Oh, go with the mine shot though. Still, the tank does go down. Still does fall. Oh boy. As we do see, Rogue, he does kind of refocus here towards the center. We can see that Cure is trying to double expand, claiming his 4th base and his 5th. Still lacking saturation. He's throwing down 5 more CCs. Let's go. And we collapse in. We collapse in from behind. An awkward angle here for the Banelings. They run into the tank. Oh god, very inefficient here by Rogue. Yeah, wasting Banelings on tanks. The Bio Army does get away, but he will still lose a mineral line. Yeah, still lose a mineral line. 50 more ACV kills. Ultras, they get on top of the building CCs. They catch the low ground tank. They deny the 4th and the 5th. Oof. The Microbo Shroud and the Fungal. The Ultras, they just keep going. They just want hugs back. And again, Rogue, he's fine back at home. He's fine back at home. A couple of Ultras get thrown away. And again, this is an example where the soup is lying to you. The soup does lie. Kira, he technically has a higher army. That is true. He has a very large army supply, but the economy is lacking, so he has no longevity in this game. On top of that, he still has to refine his composition. He's now working towards Liberators, which will help, 100%. Liberators are on the way, a heavier tank count as well. We're still missing Ghosts. Like Ghost, Tank, Lib, Widowmine is typically what you want. But the issue here is that because of the low ground bases, like this area is just so difficult to defend. It's just so open. It's so open. It's so accessible. It is that much easier for Rogue to just engage from the low ground on these two bases. And there's just so much ground to cover for the defending player. Meanwhile, Liberators are good, but we already have Corruptors. That's now 7 Corruptors for Rogue. He comes on the right hand side. Nice backstab. Rogue is out of position. Gets a base. Takes on one. Doesn't get the other. Yeah, third base goes down. The fourth base will also go down as well. Very nice pickoffs. And this is buying time. This is just buying time. Oh, yeah, we'll lose the double drop though. Just gotta be careful. But this is giving Kira time to set up. To set up these bases, throwing down more turrets, more mines. This is still not ideal, but Kiri's broke. He's lost so many SCVs here, so he has no minerals. That's why there's still no wall. Decent line connections on the Banelings. Ultras, they rush in. Oof. And the Banelings, they smash into the Bio. We're even get another Purple Shroud. The Ghosts are out. They're trying. Yeah, 1, 2 goes to fall. Once again, Curie does go for the backstab. Going for another expansion. But he's losing bases. Losing another 28 SCVs. The economy is being crippled. And once again, this damage is nice, but not good enough. This is not good enough. "29 SCVs going down. And the Queens, that will slowly clean this up, losing 18 drones in the process. And Rogue is remaxed. He's remaxed. We have 6 Ultras in production. Oh my god. The Ultras, pappy. And again, the counter drops were nice and all, but Kira could just never defend these bases. He could just never defend the 4th and 5th. That's why, despite having these expansions, there's no workers. There's no SCVs. We have 6 workers mining from the 4th base. We have 3 workers at the 5th. 6 workers here at the 3rd. Just could not maintain his economy. Could not defend. Rogue is moving in. Yeah, commits once again onto the low ground. Pongo summon the Bio. Ghost, they get some decent snipes and they pull away. Like, the Ghosts are trading well for themselves. God, but they're still going down. Yeah, some heavy losses here for Kira. Leading out more Ghosts. CC goes down. And Kira does defend the 3rd, but again at a cost. Time to run it back and do it again. We just keep going. Oh. This does every extend. Seals off the entrance to the 3rd at least. And we just head straight forward. we just rush right down mid. Right down the center, Pappy. They come more micro shrouds. Banelings, they roll in. Oh no! Oh, they try to make it through. Nice mine shots. Yeah, what minds the defending against the Banelings, but the Ultra's overwhelmed. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played again. Rogue, he will claim lead in the series. Once again, Rogue, he was able to gain a lot of map control. Personally, I'm not really too fond of this style of TVZ from Cure. This is something that he's kind of known for. It's a very passive, it's a much more passive style. Cure, he was being active with drops, but only denying creep, really. Like Cure, he wasn't going for any kind of big pushes or really threatening the mineral lines. It was very light pressure, which just meant that Rogue could freely drone up to 80. We mentioned at the time, this is why we had our reservations about Cure's style here, but Rogue freely drawn up to 80 workers, freely teched up into ultras, and specifically on Sanctuary 3, because of that low ground position, the 4th and the 5th base are very vulnerable in this map. Very vulnerable, very difficult to defend, even more so than on Attorney's Edge, and you saw that Cure just could not get up to 4 bases. He just could not maintain that economy. He just kept losing base after base, mineral after mineral line. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Rogue does take a lead in the series. Let's go. Let's go. Getting into game, número 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Attorney's Edge, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player leading the series 1-0 in our best of 5 finals. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left hand corner here of Attorney's Edge, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. So we are going to be opening up. And welcome to Attorney's Edge. Now, as opposed to Sanctuary 3, the initial 4-base setup is much easier to maintain. You can see here that the 3rd base is on the high ground as opposed to previously. Not even on Sanctuary 3, it's on the high ground as well. So your 3-base setup is very secure. Your 4th base is going to be on the low ground. That is true. But on Sanctuary 3, it is much more accessible. Here, there's 2 choke points. So it's easier to just seal this off, throw down a CC, throw down some depots, some bunkers, and secure yourself on 4 bases. It is the 5th base here, which is much more open, which is much more difficult to defend. We saw that ByuN couldn't, right? ByuN struggled to defend his 5th base, and he was just overwhelmed in the late game. We did emphasize that typically Terran players want to avoid the late game on Attorney's Edge. ByuN was forced into it, and he struggled in it. We'll see how Cure will adjust. Personally, I prefer, and I mean, I say prefer, like we've had more success from Terran players that are hyper aggressive and much more all in their play. That's why we saw ByuN have some success with his mech style, for example. Just because you're very in the face of your opponents, trying to end the game early and cripple them early on instead. That's kind of where TVZ is at the moment, where if you fail to kill the Zerg player early on, then they will snowball out of control. It's a very demanding matchup at the moment for the Terran, where you have to be hyper aggressive and very in the face of your opponents. And if you can pull it off, I mean, you can excel. And we saw it that one game from ByuN, and we have seen it from even Cure as well. Like we have seen Cure turn it on and be in the face of his opponents and go for all this drop play and push into mineral lines and pull apart and pull the Zerg player apart. He's done it before. I believe he can do it again. But the pressure is on Cure. Pressure is on. That's behind this. Roki is just joining. Joining, saturating. If Cure pulls this one out of the hat, it'll be very impressive. I mean, Cure, the moment his 4th base, it was like 10 minutes ago, but the moment the 4th base was killed, Cure, he was just very far behind. It was Rogue slowly killing Cure for like 15 minutes. Like it was that was game 1 in a nutshell. It was when the original planetary went down. If the Terran player can successfully defend against that first push and successfully like maintain their bases, then they have spare resources to start to like afford more CCs and more planetaries and depots and center towers. Then you can start to afford that. But Cure never quite got there. He never had the luxury of having spare resources to invest into more SimCity. And on Sanctuary 3, it requires a lot of SimCity, a lot of buildings. Hello. As Rogue, he's not droning. Rogue's gonna cut works at 24. He's going for a massive Ling Flood here. 18 Lings on the way. Cure behind this one, 3 CC into mech. He's going into mech here. He is mid-transition into a heavier battle mech composition. He will have a higher Hellion count, that's true, but if these Hellions get surrounded, I mean, he will lose control. He has to be very careful. He does spot a couple of Lings here, but only a couple. The rest are hidden. The rest are further back. You can see Rogue, he avoids a watchtower. He does avoid this Naga. Behind this, Rogue is droning, but ideally he does want to surround these Hellions. Now to 4. Now to 4 Hellions. And again, we are making it up. We spoke about this when ByuN went mech, but in recent times, Clem is playing mech, ByuN is playing mech, Cure is playing mech. Just to reemphasize what we said in the semis, don't expect to see this every game, like once a series. We said that verbatim last time, and we've been vindicated, true or validated. But like once a series is kind of what you expect. From Clem, from ByuN, from Cure, from Maru. This excels and this works quite well if you can catch your opponent off guard and catch them by surprise with mech. As we're still massing on more Hellions. Due to the high Hellion count, I actually prefer Cure's position at this point, as now we build up to 6 Hellions. Of course, Rogue, he's aware of this. Moving in with the Overlord. It's going to be difficult to slip in. He's going for it. Does surround. No, he does get us around, and with that, he's going to pick up every single Hellion. 3 Hellions go down. We keep on rushing forward. There are backup Hellions on the high ground. Thankfully, they will choke up. They block off that ramp. Ling's being cleaned up, and Cure holds. Cure, he does hold on. Did Rogue scout the main? I mean, he saw more. He saw the Cyclone. True. He saw the Cyclone. He saw additional Hellion production. Rogue knows. And bam, Roach Warren. Yeah, he's fully aware. He's aware of the mech. But is this too late? There's a big window in time where Cure can try to bully Rogue before there are roaches. So the pressure's on Cure. We gotta keep going. So Cure does pivot back around. Now building up to 3 Cyclones. And again, with these Cyclones, with this army, Cure, he can try to break Rogue before the roaches pop. Speaking of, Queens are exposed. Does get a lock on. And he will take down 1, 2, 3 Queens. Yeah, 3 Queens go down. Heavy losses here for Rogue. And Cure's doing it. Cure is doing it. Getting a 4th Queen. The Lings are cleaned up. Every Queen is falling. And we're getting into the mineral line. We're getting into the mineral line here. Boys are being pulled. GG gets called. And Cure, he does catch Rogue with his pants down before roaches. GG. GG. Whew, we have a tied series. We have a back and forth. As I did mention, going into mech like this, you are heavily reliant on catching your opponent off guard, and Rogue was caught off guard. The pants were down, the Roach one was not ready, the Roach was not ready, so pre-Roach, you can punish, and Cure did. GG. GG, well played. Again, was able to end the game early on here, and snowball out of control. With that, we're going to be loading into Washouts. Let's go. Washout is going to be our 3rd match here. We're tied up 1-1. And we'll see who takes the lead in the series. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washouts, we have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, being forced into that tied series. Can he bring it back? It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. Again, a very intense, very long game number 1. Game 2, much shorter, much shorter here, much more concise, much more aggressive out of Cure. Able to catch a Rogue with his pants down with that battle mech army. As Rogue, it was just a late scout, a late realization. And later set up into roaches. Now, I don't expect to see mech again, at least not for the next couple of games. We might see, if we go to the ace match, we might see it in game 5. I would say we might, if we do see it again, ace match would be my call. Maybe game 4. As you should be building up into our bio setup. Now, leading into washouts, it's an interesting map in the map pool. We do have some hybrid bases, a lot of hybrid expansions here, with high yield gold mixed into regular mineral patches. They are mixed in. With this, we do have a relatively secure base count, but the bases are very open. You can see here a very wide entrance into the 4th base. The distance between this 4th expansion and the entrance to the natural is quite long. It's quite a long distance, so you do have to travel quite a bit back and forth in between. Likewise, this high ground location here, because it's like jutted out a little bit, there's a world where a Zerg player can potentially outposition the Terran, get onto the high ground and push into the natural. So it is imperative here that the Terran player has eyes on the main army and has control of the high ground. To maintain that control. As Reaper does move out. Scouting, and we're just settling in. Due to the size of the map, we might see Muta play at a rogue. It's something that is going to be on the table. It's going to be on the table. Side threat of going meters. Reaper does back in. Shouldn't get a drone. Does force out a gas geyser. Not bad. Disrupting some of the mining. Delaying Rogue's 3rd base as well. Oh, does get a drone kill. That should not have happened. Yeah, Rogue, that one drone from earlier was a little bit too exposed. Nice pick off here by Kira. Nice start. Kills one drone, pulls away. Still no 3rd expansion. Kira checking for the 3rd. Rogue can now expand, and Kira confirms. He's where the delayed 3rd base is, where there's no crazy 2-base all in. Behind this, we're going for our own 3rd TC into starport, so potentially 3CC Banshee, potentially. I feel like we'd already have a starport though. Oh, okay. So if you recall, I was like, oh, we might see mech in game 5, maybe in game 4. I was very perplexed because the starport was missing. We're not going for the starport, we're going for the 2nd factory. Battle mech once again, 2 games in a row. Now, this goes into why I was assuming we wouldn't see it here. I don't like the idea of going mech twice. One after the other. The first time in the last game, it worked really well because we caught Rogue with his pants down. But now coming into game 3, it's going to be in the back of Rogue's mind. Oh, I say back of his mind. Now it's going to be more in the forefront of Rogue's mind because he just played against mech. So he's going to be a little more adamant about scouting for something like this. The Overlord is now moving out. There are two Marines to deny the scout. And do we deny that scout? We do. The Overlord is going to go down. Does not get eyes on the production. You can see even the fake the fake add-on swap. Este cure. So far, so good. Weapons are going on patrol. So far, Rogue hasn't had any big reactions. Is going lair first. Cyclones are amassing. Can Cure do this 2 games in a row? Can he catch him out? Again, seeing 3 Hellions is not a tell. Cyclones are being worked upon. Oh, did he just scout? He did. Yeah, Rogue, he just got into me. He saw both factories. He knows. He knows immediately. Immediately, we have a Roach one on the way. Burrow as well. Rogue is now aware. Reacts with gases. A little bit more droning. there is still that window, just like last game. There's a window in time here where Cure can leverage this advantage before Roach production. But he only has 2 Cyclones. The Cyclone count is not there yet. If you remember, last game when he pushed, he had 3. Yeah, that window here is much smaller. Cure, he rotates. Roach Horn is now done. Roach production has begun. Yeah, it's nowhere near as big. The window to punish. To the point where Rogue cannot. Sorry, I meant to say Cure. Cure cannot punish. Building up 10 more roaches. There's still potential, of course, for Cure to be hyper efficient and to lock onto key units and to bring them down. Cure, he rotates over towards the would-be 4th base and he can force a cancel. And he will. And massive lock-ons. Denies the 4th. He is amassing his roaches. Will not lose 1. Pulls away in time. It does pull away. Breaks the lock-ons. And Rogue does hold. Rogue defends. This feels a little bit early. Cure, he does start a tank. We'll see if it's only 1. But usually you want to commit here into Hellion Cyclone a little bit longer before switching out of it. Yeah, now going for double armory. Later upgrades. He is switching. He's going for the tank switch. Am I going to repeat myself from game 1? Am I? Oh no! Yeah, Hellions, they are left idle. Hellions get caught out. Now, seeing tank production this early tells me that Cure is going to turtle, and that Cure is relinquishing map control. And if you remember, I had the same issue with Cure in game 1, where Cure, he very quickly just kind of, he just gave up map control, started trying to turtle up back at home, and as a result, Rogue was able to mass expand in game 1. Just able to mass expand, mass saturate, and just snowball out of control. And we saw that on Sanctuary 3. And this early tank transition means that we're done with Cyclones, we're done with Battle Mech. So once again, Cure is being very timid and very passive here in game 3, in the mid game. So Rogue can now drone up to 80, claim his gases. You could argue that Cure is kind of keeping up in that economy, especially with mech, which is good for sure. It's just that the mech army will take longer to build up. Hive is now on the way. Rogue, he can now incorporate spellcasters. It is going to be a Lingbane Roach Ravager and potentially into Corruptor. But again, Rogue is just chilling. Taking another base. Spreading out more creep. Joining up to 87. He's reached peak economy. Now Rogue can max. I say now he can max. Now he is maxed. And Rogue is looking very comfortable now. Looking very comfortable. Cure is trying to turtle up here on 4 bases, and I did mention previously that the 4 base setup here, the distance between bases is quite long, and this is going to impact the defense. It means that the tank count is spread quite thin. So you can see we have 4 tanks in between the 4th and 3rd base. We have soon to be 3-4 tanks in between the other bases as well. The army is not going to be centralized for Cure, it's going to be spread out. And Rogue, he can pick and choose where to strike. As Cure does push forward with the 5th base. Meanwhile, here comes Lingbane going for the planetary. Cannot lift, and this planetary, it's going to go down. Yeah, it's going to go down. Cure is out of position. As I mentioned, Cure is spread thin. He will lose 1. He'll lose 2 tanks. Yeah, 1, 2 tanks go down. And the planetary. Rogue, he pulls away. And this would have been the opportunity for the Cyclones to punish. Remember, there are no Lings here. Yeah, no Zerglings. But Cure does not chase. And that means that Rogue can back off, Remax, and do that again. Just do that again. Keep moving in, knocking down bases. While that's happening, taking up into a Greater Spire to get ready for Broodlords. The ideal against mech is going to be Broodlord Infestor. Broodlord Infestor Corruptor. Oh. Finale. Armor Shred on the army. Not bad. Cure defending the center expansion and does get one Infestor. Infestor goes down. Getting ready for Ultras as well. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while. We're going to... Strap yourselves in, Pappy. As here come those broods. Now, thankfully for Cure, he already has a Viking count. He already has 6 Vikings with the main army. So Rogue will need some anti-air. And so far, he's lacking that. We're trying to turtle up. Lings, they will slip in. They try to. Yeah, so far, full wall here in the main base. Blower at the natural. Nice fun on the Cyclones. Ooh, catching a 1, 2, 3 Cyclones. 3 Cyclones go down. But Cure is getting a 5th. This is important. This is crucial. Claims his 5th base. This means that Cure can max and build up a bank. Oh boy. Takes down the CC. Command center falls. Yeah, we're still lacking. Yeah, there's no Corruptors. No Corruptors. Vikings, they can just go to town. Oh, the Queens will support. Oh, lands a Fungal. Sucking Fungal as well. Sniping the Raven. Raven Bailey goes down. Biles here on some of the Liberators. Gets both. 1 or 2 Liberators go down. And it's just a slow siege. It's just a slow siege here of Broodlord Infestor Queen. Spores moving forward. Nuddling run by here. We'll try to catch reinforcements. Might get a Thor. Gets 1? No. Does not get a Thor. Thors, they survive. Has no 3-3. Yeah, no +3. Was neglected. It looks like Rogi just realized when he tried to go for that run by, he's like, hold on, what's going on? What's going on? Just recognize the upgrades. Is that a 3rd Spire? 2nd. Okay, 2nd Spire's on the way. Better upgrades. Rogue throwing away his Ravagers. Interesting. Freeing up supply. So Rogue, he's done with Ravagers. Freeing up for more Ultras. This army is designed to break a position with Microbial Shroud, with Ultras. The Broodlords as well. Which is the right. There are the Shrouds. Goes down 2. Gets 1, 2 tanks. Doesn't lose an Ultra. Another Ling run by. Doesn't get much done. Kills one tank. And kills the tank, catches one of the cyclones. Rogi sorts the 6th base, now moving in. And does start to move in. This Logan expansion is going to be much more difficult for the Terran to defend. So yeah, mass neural here on the Vikings actually, okay. Takes out the Vikings, good way to make use of some anti-air. It does try to hold his own. And cleans up most of the Vikings, so again, nice neurals here by Rogue. Down to 2 Vikings. Ultras, they go for a runway, okay. Oh, but they do run into Liberators. Yeah, he's gonna get out. Get out of here. Ultras, they pull away. Let's pull away. As at this point all the bases are being taken, there's still one base left to take. Oh, we keep it again. Ultras, they move in. Mass micro shrouds. Oh, nice focus firing here on the infestors. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3 infestors going down. The intentional target firing there from the Liberators, very nice. But the Ultras break through. The Ultras, they still break through. Takes down the planetary. Again, I love the target firing, but the base will still fall. Infestors, they survive. And Rogue has done it. Rogue has broken Cure. Takes down the expansion. That was most of the army. Rogue is backing off, remaxing here with Infestor Ultra. And Cure is trying to rebuild. Once again, fighting for his 6th. He's fighting for his 6th base. I would typically advise that it's ideal for the Zerg player to expand and to saturate the fringe bases first. That might come into play. Just because there's a very high chance where if Cure ever gets a 7th base, it will be either this base on the right or the base on the left. So ideally you want to take those resources away from the Terran. Ideally. But again, it may not matter if Rogue breaks through anyway. Like it's once again, here come the Shrouds. Covering the Ultras. Nice snipes here from the Ghosts. We'll get 1, 2, 3 of the Ultras. Yeah, all the Ultras do go down. Ghosts, they excel. Even here punishing the Corruptors. Oh my god. And these are some expensive losses here for Rogue. We need to start making Lings. There we go. 38 Lings are on the way. Rogue, he's burning through his gas bank so quickly. We need more gas. We need the gases. A big shout to Weston, Luis GGG. Gracias, baby, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. We're watching Cure try to take a 6th base. And Rogue deny it. I say that. Is not getting a 7th. We spoke about this. We just spoke about this. How ideally the Zerg player wants to try to take these resources early on. I failed to do so. Fresh base here for Cure. Rogue responds. Oh god, the Bailings. Bailing Bay rolls in. Takes down the 4th. And massive Bailing connections. 4th base does go down. 7th base has not been saturated. Again, a nice run by, a nice counterattack. We've gotten up to 9, soon to be 11 Ultras. Oh no, the Corruptors! They get caught! They failed to kill the Liberator. But the Ultras, they move in. Ghost out of position. True. Yeah, there's no Ghost in position. The Ultras, they break through the siege line. Getting into the middle line as well. The tanks, they cannot hold their own. Not against Ultras. We needed the Ghosts. They were nowhere to be found. They now come in after the fact. After 12 SCV kills. The tanks, more workers. More damage. Soldiers, they waddle away. And we can just keep running it back. We just likewise, again, there's just very little saturation. Curie's down to 39 SCVs. Very low SCV counts. Does have mules, of course, and that is helping. Rogue is already back. Yeah, he moves in once again. Covering the Ultras. Neural on the Thors as well. And the Fungal. Yeah, Fungal lands. Massive Fungal on the Ghost. Chain Fungal. Oh my god. Catching out 3-4 Ghosts. Oh, Thors, they do need to be re-neuraled. There we go. Takes them over once again. Has to pull out. Neural the main army. And hey, the 7 base is getting up there. Somewhat being saturated. Now, once again, if Cure can take a fight with all of his ghosts ready and in position, he will be able to be more efficient. That's why it's on Rogue to ensure he attacks elsewhere. Corruptors, they catch 1, they catch 2 Liberators. Ghosts, they respond to the Corruptors. Uh-oh. Playing right into the 3rd, straight into the 4th. More SCVs going down, punishing the fact that this is not a planetary. 14, 15 SCVs. The Ghosts are over here towards the left. That means there is an opening here on the front lines. Oh, but the Ultras, they rotate to the top side instead. Uh-oh. Nice Hellion run by. Ultras are moving in, the Ghosts are ready, but there are no Liberators, true. Yeah, no Liberators. Snipes, they come in. They catch 1, they catch 2, 3. 2. 2 Ultras go down, only 2 Ultras. The rest will break through. Do we have any Fungals? Not quite, but still gets a planetary. Yeah, the planetary still does fall. Oh, locks down 3 Ghosts. Massive pickups. 3 Ghosts go down. So again, that was a little bit messy, but Rogue still does excel. As he rotates over. Catching on some Hellbats. The Ghosts are ready. It snaps on the Corruptors. Nice Fungal, but is there a follow-up? We need another Fungal. Does neural the Thors. Lands another Fungal on the Ghost, but the Ghosts, they break through. Yeah, the Ghosts are trying to break through. We have more Fungals. Oh my god. We're trying. Trying to land more Fungals. 11 Ultras on the way. It's a lot of Ultras. How many Liberators are there? Only 2. Only 2 Liberators. At this point, Cure has been broken. Like, Cure, he's just been trading too poorly and just doesn't have the economy to sustain this. Cure is at 150 supply. Having a very hard time maxing. Very, very hard time. It's just been slowly over time. Rogue's been just whittling away at this. As we get another Ling run by. This is what, the 4th time this has happened. Nothing's quite in position. Denying more mining. Ghosts, they get spotted here. So the Ultras, they respond towards the left. No Ghosts in position. Just tanks and Thors. This is better for the Ultras. And they clean up. Yeah, they clean up the CC, they clean up the tanks. Ghost nowhere to be found. There's no anti-air, so the command center will survive if we get repaired. No. Oh no! 3 HP! Jeez, that was so close. Barely repairs in time. So you're furling run by. This won't be successful. It runs into reinforcements. Maybe it's a tank? Nah, not even. Oh, no, it does get one. One tank goes down. And the sensor tower. Got 13 ultras. Creeper spreading forward, covering the would-be 7th expansion. Oh. I believe the 5th base is out. Yeah, the 5th base is running dry. The 3rd base is basically out as well. The 4th base. We have a couple of patches. It's this center expansion. The 6th. It all comes down to the 6th base. And to be fair, that's where Cure is centralized. He needs to maintain this base. As best he can. Nice hellbat run-bys, getting a lot of drones. At the same time, we just go right down mid into the natural. Yeah, push into the natural base, catching out a couple liberators. Oof. Yeah, messy trade here. That's what, 3-4 ultras going down. I understand that Rogue can't push into this position. No shot. Like, we cannot push into this. So Rogue wants to get into the natural. He's trying. Again, we're just very choked up. And the ultras, they break through one of the CCs. Not quite. Again, just Rogue just ramming his face against a brick wall. He does open up the natural. Kills the CC, but never mind. Never mind. Being sealed up once again. But it's either you attack here at the natural, you push into the 6th, or you push into the center 5th base, which is right next to the 6th anyway. There's only really 2 angles of attack currently for Rogue. And now Cure is expanding with his army on the right-hand side. Going for the 7th. Once again, Rogue, he failed to really mine the space too well. He had some mining going on, but really not too much. As we mentioned at the beginning, ideally you want to prioritize this early. Rogue did not. He's going to try to brute force it. Massive snipes on the ultras. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets every single ultralisk. Yeah, massive snipes. Rogue, he plummets in supply. Is that game? Rogue, he just threw everything away. He just threw everything away here. Oh my god. The ghost survived. That's what's important. The ghost did survive. Well, like, he can't push into this, and he tried. Yeah, he lost patience, Pappy. I mean, the issue here is that he's stuck with ultras. Like, if you want to play out this slow game, Broodlord Infestor, but he's choosing to keep going into ultras, which can do well if you can knock down bases. The issue now is that Rogue has not killed the base in quite some time, and our Cure has a fresh expansion. This is huge. This is huge for Cure. Claims the 7th base. Rogue, he's stuck making lings because he has no gas. Just getting bullied by Blue Flame Hellions. Gets bullied, Pappy. Rogue needs center left. This is still anyone's game. Again, after a point, Rogue's unwillingness to go back into Broodlords is hurting him. He's now making a handful of Corruptors. I think this is for Broods. We'll see. Center left is being denied. Cure is trying to claim his 8th expansion. The map is being cut in half. This favors the Terran. The Zerg player wants to be up an expansion typically, ideally. We'll take down center left. Sorry, center right there. Yeah, there's nothing in position. Nothing in position. Nice run by. 18 SCVs. We mentioned how this space was huge for Cure. If he gets it up, it's gonna go down. So never mind. The issue here, I think this is a mistake. I don't think Cure should be trying to take both center right and center left at the same time. Like, because he is spreading himself very thin. Attention-wise and supply-wise, he's spreading himself thin. Ultras, they move in, they catch out a portion of the army. Nice fungal. Gets 1, gets 2, 3. Oh my god, 4 ghosts go down. The Lings, yeah, they come in for this round. We do have Cloak, though. Ah, where's the Cloak? Oh no. Yeah, heavy losses here. We're trading Lings for a Ghost. Very nice trades for Rogue. Cleans up the army, the Thors, the tanks, the Ghosts as well. No Cloak. Not activated. We'll lose all the Ghosts. Wait, what? Look at the upgrades. I was so confused why he never cloaked. He never researched. Am I crazy? Yeah? He never researched cloak. Oh no. Cure. He never researched. That's why otherwise those ghosts should be alive. They should be alive right now. Ay. Yeah, Rogue is moving in. Pushing forward. Catching up more on siege tanks. He never got cloak, Bappy. And with that, Curie's down to 15 SCVs. 15 workers. 4th base is mined out. 6th base is mining out. And these fringe bases, he cannot hold on to. He's trying. Cannot hold on. Curie's out of gas. So you can see he's making Hellions. That's all he can afford. Just making Hellions. He's stuck at only 5 ghosts. Rogue is also mining out as well. He's got 2 gas geysers in the center. I think that's it. Yeah. We're almost fully tapped dry here with the bases we have. Okay, fixating on center left. Now, even with a smaller army, Cure is still going to take a much more efficient fight just because he's pre-siege. That is true. He's pre-siege. Oh, the neural, the neural EMP. Let's go. Lands an EMP on the ghost. Now we're collapsing in. Going for the recoverable shroud. Lings, they just get roasted, pushing, coming in from behind. Yeah, the Lings are thrown away in massive snipes here on the Ultras. They get a very messy fight here from Rogue. Pushing to the siege line. He will not get on top of the ghosts. And Cure holds. And Cure holds onto the ramp. Cure defends. Yeah, very messy fight out of Rogue. When it comes to the main armies, because we still have 6 ghosts, I still do favor Cure as long as they don't get surrounded. Lings, they move in. Lings, they move in. They collapse on the ghosts. Remember, there is still no cloak. Not enough Zerglings. Yeah, barely not enough. With that, Cure, he holds. He holds onto the high ground. Cure defends. Rogue needs money. He's broke. He needs money, Pappy. He needs resources. He needs to fight for at least this base. Like these expansions here. Rogue, he needs them. Instead of ramming into a fortified position, I said, there we go. Yeah, free damage here. Just denying bases, denying CCs. We can just keep going. Oh, very careful. Gotta respect the Hellions. That's curious scanning. Gets eyes on the current economy. Oh. So Hellions do get behind the mineral line. Catching on some of the drones. Trading well against the Zerglings. Oh, gets cornered. Trades as best he can. And Rick finally he has mining. He gets a base. And he takes center right. Oof. As more Hellbot's going to be thrown away. It's a little bit messy here, but again, Rogue will defend. So still just making more Hellions. Oh, we have one Liberator on the way. Let's go. One Liberator. One tank. It's still very Ling heavy here. On the one hand, I feel like the Ghost Army is stronger from that of Cure. That is true, but there's always a world where, I don't know, the Infestors come in, they neural one of the ghosts, they EMP the rest, so then there's no energy factor for the ghosts. That can always happen. Or even just catching the ghost out, massive fungal, the links collapse in. But it is going to be difficult for the heavy Ling army to get on top of the ghosts when they're surrounded by Hellbats. Even down in supply, Cure. Zombie's looking terrifying. Moving in. Running into a wall of spines. We should be setting up for the flank. Nice CMP, nice snipes on the queens. Lings, they try to come in from behind. They catch out some of the Hellions. Oh, they force some more. And Ricky commits. It does go for the knives, does go for the blinding clouds. Sorry for that couple of shrouds. Yeah, let's go for the shrouds. He's going for the ghost, and once again, no cloak. Yeah, no cloak. All the ghosts get surrounded, and with that, Cure has nothing. That was it. It was just the ghost. That was his main army. Cure. Yeah. 40-minute game. Are we actually going to mine out? At least Cure side? Cure is down to 3 patches. Hellions are good. They're not that good. Down to 2. Down to 1. Down to 700 minerals. 1 patch left. But we have around 300 minerals here. That's where it goes long distance mining the gas. Okay, moving in. He's down to 2 ghosts. 2 ghosts left. Does have a very healthy tank count. That is true. Can we surround? No, he just goes in straight. He just goes in head on. Just head on. Gets on top of the tanks. They smash in. They smash through the Hellbats. Ghosts, they cannot get away. Yeah, cannot get away. The final ghost goes down. And that should be it. GG. GG gets called. There's nothing left. And Rogue, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. That was 40 minutes of tower defense is what that was. Can you think of the last time in those 40 minutes where Cure pushed across the map? Like the initial Hellion Cyclone push, like at like around like the 6-minute mark, maybe, when he ran into the roaches. I think we had Hellion run-bys, that's true, but yeah, I think the last time he pushed was around like the 6-minute mark, and then just pure defense. Pure defense. GG, well played. With that, Rogue, he breaks the defensive player, he breaks the defensive line. Again, Cure was just trying to turtle up and build up into, I mean, the first big struggle was the 5th base, then the 6th base, then the 7th base. I will say that Rogue was being a little bit inefficient in its play when it comes to saturating and taking certain bases. Obviously, the big one for Cure was Cloak. To be honest, if he had researched Cloak, he probably wins this game. Like, Cloak adds so much more efficiency to the Ghosts, just because you forced Overseers. And there's a lot of worlds where the army engages, the Overseers get sniped, and suddenly you have no Cloak, and the Ghosts get free damage. That's very, very common in the late game. So having that extra bit of efficiency, preserving Ghost over time, would have been huge here for Cure. There were a lot of times where that could have happened, but again, never invested into the upgrade, never came into play, and with that, he was slowly chipped away at. GG. GG, well played. Let's go. Let's go. We're getting into our next game. Going to be loading game number 4. Going to be loading into Blackrock. Remember, there's a best of 5. Best of 5. Rogue is up 2-1. We'll see if we can claim it. Let's go. Next game, Proxy Racks, Bunker Rush. Probably. I mean, it's very common if we do get like a hyper late game to just cheese right after, but we'll see. It's on Cure. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Blackrock, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg leading the series 2-1. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. Okay, never mind. I did see his camera move out. The red Terran, the South Korean Terran for Team Liquid, it is Cure. Yeah, when I run ahead and I want to lose, I make ultras. George Washington. Pretty sure that was in Sun Tzu. It's in The Art of War. Pretty sure. Aye. Yeah. I mean, again, I would say that the ultras were good for a time, but once the ultras started running into walls of ghosts, that's typically when you want to be switching out of them. Otherwise, you're just throwing away resources. In the end, I mean, Rogue still came out on top. It still made it work, but it was quite a journey. It was, yeah, it was quite a slug at that point. Like, it was not clean. Not clean. Just send wave after wave of ultras, and you will eventually break through. As with that, we're going to be loading into our next game, and oh, do we have a bug? Maybe. For those who, for those that are aware, maybe for those who are unaware, there's a bug at the moment in StarCraft where at random you load into a game and there is no music plays, and that'll be the case for the entirety of the game. So it's a music bug. Ever since the patch went live. Yeah. We get to experience the ambience, Pappy, the ambience. Aye. As from here, just ranks expand, standard opener out of Cure, and likewise Rogue going for his own hatch gas pool. We're calming down, no proxy, no shenanigans. Not this time. Not after a 40-minute game, Pappy. Nah. We're here for another one. Can we get the music? Oh, true. I forgot we did that one time. Yeah. Look at Taskmaster go. Oh, God. Okay. Beautiful. Sorry for the music blaring earlier. Play some Terran 1. Oh. Again, Kira does dance with the army. Pokes in. Does back in, does pull away. Behind this, we'll wait and see if we go for a third CC before starport or into a 1-1-1. It's something more aggressive and assertive. Welcome to Blackrock, right? That's talking about the game itself. Welcome to Blackrock. Blackrock is one of the more aggressive maps of the map pool. As opposed to Washout or Attorney's Edge, both the third and the fourth base on this map are very open. As you can see here, they're very open, they're very accessible. There's no like narrow choke point or high ground or ramp coming into the third and fourth base. So as a result, we often see much more aggressive play from Zerg players to break an attempting, turtling Terran. Terran does go for the 1-1-1. Cure does go for the starport before CC. Aggressive build here by Cure. Meanwhile, Rogue has not expanded. Rogue, no third base in sight. Going for a very fast lair and still mining gas. Are we going 2-base Muta or 2-base Roach? Last time we saw a fast lair at a Rogue, he did go 2-base Roach, if you recall. True, that did happen. But this time I'm leaning towards Muta play. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. But again, very tech heavy. The Reaper does make its way into the main. Yeah, Reaper does. Oh, never mind. Yeah, the Reaper does not get in. You're going to be zoned away. We are indeed going for our 1-1-1 Hellion Banshee. Cloak Banshee at that. We have Cloak. Different kind of Cloak, but we're going to have it this time. We'll have a form of Cloak. Hellions are going for the dive. Yeah, they dive into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. Remember, Rogue is being greedy by rushing into the lair. And it is 2-base Muta. He's being greedy going for 2-base Muta. The Hellions, they punish 6-7 drone kills. Very nice damage. Rogue, he's stumbling his way into his 2-base economy. The aggression is not over. We're still making more Hellions. And remember, the Cloak Banshees have yet to reveal themselves. Everything now moves in. Oh, does see the research. He knows. It does confirm. Meanwhile, Lings, they will punish the Hellions. Nice pickups here. That's a lot of Hellions going down. 4 or 5 Hellions do fall. This time the Hellions don't get into the mineral line. This time it was not worth it. Does get a full scout though. And scouts Aspire. So Rogue scouts the Cloak Banshee. Cure scouts Aspire. Despite that, oh god, the spores are too late. Wow, the spores are too late. The Banshee, free damage in the main. 6, 7, 8 drones. 8 drones going down. Banshee pulls away. I believe there is a second. Yeah, there is a second Banshee. Headed towards the third. Still no spore. There's no spore at the natural. No spore at the third. Where are the spores? I mean, we do have the Overseer, thankfully. Yeah, the Overseer is here at the natural. Banshee will be able to rotate. Does hit the mineral line anyway. Gets 1 more drone. Gets 2. Yeah, 2 more drone kills. Pivots back to the third. Does delay some mining. Goes back in. Forcing out a spore crawler. The purpose of the service here was to skip spores, but Rogue now is going to have to get them. Did skip 1 spore here at the natural, but that is still... How many drone kills? 17! 17 drones going down. That is insane damage early on. Again, Rogue stumbling his way into Mutas. Back at home. Cure is ready. Turrets are done in time. Marines are in position as well. Stim is complete. And Rogue is in trouble. Song request. Ah, no. That's nice donation. Let's go. Delays +1. At least does lay that +1. Mutas are trying to keep the army at bay, but they cannot engage with the Marines. They can maybe pick away at the medevacs or try that position. Oh. The dance. That's back at home. Borrow. Okay, there's potential. So Rogue is behind. 100%. Rogue is behind. He's down in drones. His 4th base is late. Typically, the Zerg player wants to be up in expansion and up in workers. Instead, we're even on bases and, again, only slightly ahead in drones. But borrowed banelings have a lot of potential to recover. Oh, Gets 2 Marines. 1, 2 Marines go down. Kira's making his way across the map. Again, punishing lack of Spore. Once again, Kira, just Rogue just being punished for being too greedy. Remember, he skipped his Spore here at the natural. Kira's moving in. 6 more drones going down. There's a PSA for Zerg players out there. Get your Spores. Just get them. It's not worth it. It's not worth trying to cut corners. Losing 25 drones. 25, papi. As Rogue does get across the map, at the same time we're jumping into the main. Rogue will deny +2. +2 is going to be denied, and Cure, what's the plan here? Drop into the main. Banelings are ready. Jesus. Cure does pick up. Both E-bays are denied. Denies 2-2 and gets into the mineral line. The turret will stand strong. Yeah, mass repair. Gotta respect the repair, respect the boys. They keep the turret alive. You can see Cure's trying to catch the mutas. He's setting up for a flank. But he will overshoot. Yeah, he will overshoot the mutas. Rogue gets away. Shout out to that one changeling, by the way. he's telling on the rest. Hamagas Baki. Let's go. Does that Rogue know? Oh. Is Cure paying attention? Bangs are roll in. And Cure, he is paying attention. Oh my god, massive mine shots. Banelings get shut down. Cure is still ahead. Despite losing those upgrades, it's still 1-1 versus 0-0. 1-1 for Rogue is just now finishing. But Rogue still has no 4th. Oh my god. A very late 4th expansion. Ling Rambai does try to force a cancel, but is unable to. And by the time the Cure moves out across the map, he can just A-move. Can A-move. We mentioned something earlier about Burrow. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I've noticed any borrowed Banelings yet. Yeah, no borrowed Banelings. Banelings are being called out. Lings, they sit with the 3rd base. Oh, they will take a match shot to the face. But this is distracting. It is distracting Cure. Oh, that does go over the Marines. And Bleeds Out Mutas will overwhelm. But again, we gotta respect the mines. Respect the mines. Speaking of the mines, yeah, massive connections. 1, 2 mines going off. The mutas, they barely get away. That was how many? That was 10 mutas going down. At this rate, we're going to the ace match. At this rate, we're going to the ace match. It's just been a rough game for Rogue the entire game. Bleeding out, again, 25 drones initially, now 27. 27 drone kills. 10 mutas. He was too ambitious. He was queued up to borrow his Banelings here at the entrance, but he ran into the army, so just a little bit too ambitious there for Rogue. But this is what Rogue needs. He needs borrowed Banes. That's a Ling. The attempted Banelings get denied. He scans, he spots a borrowed Baneling. Oh gosh. It's the one chance, the one Hail Mary play for Rogue. Borrow's revealed. More scans. Banelings, they're setting up. We have 3 Banelings here on the right, 2 here in the center. hopes and dreams for Rogue. They're in these banelings. And these. As Kira, he is yet to move out. He's yet to be active. Kira pushing on the right hand side. Setting up his mines. The space will go down. Again, because he came from a flank, like from a flanking position here, like there are no barbanes, so he just takes down the base. Rogue cannot engage. Oh. Show us the mine shots. Oh my god, yeah, massive mine shots. Catching out the banelings. Mutazay try to counterattack. They will bust into the mineral line. Again, distracting some reinforcements. And Kira's not stopping. Kira's not stopping, going further in, diving into the main. Going for the Doom Drop. Oh, Jesus. Kira's not looking. Oh my gosh. Kira's not looking. We'll take some massive banelings to the face, and Rogue, he takes a very good fight. Okay. As Kira's not paying attention. Even here, overwhelms these handful of Marines. Going back in. Oh. A little bit messy. Even running into turrets. Yeah, we have... Oh, doesn't quite catch the medevacs. Rogue, he's surviving, but again, he's still trying to get his fourth base up and running. It's still a very, very lackluster economy here for Rogue. More mines are popping up. Jesus. So the hive has begun. Has to rebuild the spawning pool of all things. Jesus. Yeah, the pool went down earlier. Rogue is redroning. Cure is almost maxed. Again, Rogue has been treading water almost this entire game. But he still be treading. Rogue moves in, gets 6 more CVs. Kira's still having a hard time pushing. Again, because the meter count is so high, this is just keeping Kira busy, keeping him at home. There's still one mine. Gets baited. And finally, Kira breaks out. He breaks out across the map. This is only a portion of his army. He's got to be careful. Mutazay come back home. Uh-oh. And Mutazay race back to collapse on this army. Kira does not have enough. He's going to lose everything. Forced to pick up. He cannot. Medevac save boost away. And Kira throws away, what, a third of his army? Coming in with another third. Gets a hatchery. Takes in a hatchery. Now he has to get out of here. Goes further into the main. He's crazy. He's going further in. Oof. And massive bailing connections. Rogue he defends. And again, Kiri's throwing away a lot of supply. Kira has a larger main army, but he's not pushing with it. Oh, 13. Oh my god, the mine shots are crazy. 17 drone kills. The mine harass. They just waddle in. Waddle into the expansions. There's not many Marines here. The Mutants, they can fight this. Yeah. Opts not to. Right, playing it safe. We're claiming another expansion. Getting up to 5. 6. Getting to 6 bases. Never mind. Right. Could have gotten the winner mines. Not quite. There's another chance though. Another opportunity. What do we go for? The ByuN. Oh my god. Does connect. Shuts down the Marines. Nicely done. He has a chance. That's still a lot of mines though. It's a lot of winner mines. Bailings are roll in. Do we split? Decent spread. Base out most of the mines. There's what, 2 mines left, down to 0. Yeah, no shots remaining. Triple drop into the main. As they punch the marauders, nothing shoots up. All these marauders will go down. Ultras, they make it back home. We do have kindness waiting. And kindness waiting is done. Winter mines, they did survive that previous engagement. You can see they're about to reset. So winter mines did survive. But Muse, they hit it, they go into the main. Yeah, they hit the main base. Sniping a factory. Oh, the mines! Oh my god. Forcing some friendly fire. Yeah, a bit of friendly fire. Ultras, they tank the mine shots. They break through. Mutas, they come in from behind. For the first time in a long time, a strong fight for Rogue. You mentioned this earlier. Rogue, he was treading water for so long in this game, but finally, he's swimming. For the first time in a long time, Rogue takes the supply lead. Takes the lead in supply. Go to his ultras, go to his hive. He got there. This is partially because Cure, he's been stuck at home for he's been stuck at home for so long because of the mutas, of course, but had a very hard time pushing. When he did, he'd only move out with a portion of his army, so Rogue never had to deal with the main force of Cure. It was always only just a portion. Just a small slice of the army. Never everything at once. Cure now going for a main push. Spoke too soon. Uh-oh. Who catches who? Is he looking? Yeah, dust him away. Dust him back. Cure's gotta be careful. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. And this is also where stamina comes into play, where, especially after this series, the last game was 40 minutes. Previously we had like a 30-minute game as well. Like, we've had some long games in this series. Very long games. Cure is the mental there. Can we keep it together? Jesus. Take a mind shots to the face. Knocking down the towers, let's go. Cuts the army in half. For a time. Rogue, he's maxed. He's now accumulating a bank. Again, for the first time in a long time, Rogue, he's stable back at home. His bases are left alone. He's freely mining. Building up a decent bank. Gonna mine. Mine goes down. We can see Curious making that switch here. We have more factories. Ghost Academy as well. We're trying to switch into Tank Liberator Ghost. But it is a very awkward transition here to make for Cure. He needs time for his production. There's a window. There's a window here for Rogue. Oh no! Gee, okay. Calm down. We have those bird bailings. Be careful, Pappy. Be careful. For a moment, he stimmed in that direction. It was... See the lives of those Marines flashing before my eyes. Ah. That's 43 Bailings. That is insane. Do we have 60? 75? 75 Bailings. I can't wait for Rogue to move in and then to hit, like, take 2 mines to the face and lose everything. But it's... that's a lot of Bailings. Show us the mine. It's only 2 mines. It's only 5 Widow mines. Considering the fact that it's still a very Muta and Bailing heavy composition, we have very few Widow mines here. Uh-oh. Rogue is going for it. He's going for the planetary. Does bring it down. Can he keep going? He's going to try. Yeah, Widow mines, they do turn away. Another mine goes off. Ooh, brutal connection. We're dragging into the mines. Yeah, we're trying to check in, but there's still just an overwhelming Zerg here, overwhelming swarm. The ultras move in, the Bailings as well. The center of base goes down. We can keep going. Going for another planetary. Oh. Yeah, going for another base. Marines, they hold their own, but another planetary does go down, losing 2 bases, 12 SCVs. And Rogue can just back off and do that again. Back off. We have 5 more ultras in production. We've been here before, except this time Kyr's army isn't quite there. Previously, Kyr was playing mech from the beginning and got into tank production very early on. Here, it's been delayed tank production. Again, it took a long time to start working towards now Liberators and Ghosts. Kyr's army is lacking. And he's broke. He has no minerals. Oh my god. Has no minerals. There we go. Cloak is research this time. You can see there on the upgrades, both cloak upgrades for Banshee and for Ghost this time. That's great and all, but like it might not matter. Not this time. Yeah, Ultra. Oh no, no splits. Yeah, no splits. Late reaction. Curie gets caught out. Massive Bailing connections. And Rogue, he has done it. He breaks through the main army. These final Ultras, they might be cleaned up, but nah, they're fine. They keep on going. There's only 1 Ghost left. Uno Mas Pappy takes it down, and a crazy recovery here from Rogue. Remember, Rogue, he was in a rough position this game. Remember, he lost 27 drones in the first third of this game. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will claim the series 3-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Rogue. He will claim the series. A very intense series here. Very long, very intense. I feel like we were almost robbed an ace match. Like Kyr, he had this game in the bag. He had momentum, he had map control, he had the better economy, he had the larger army. But as we were emphasizing, Kyr, I don't think he necessarily recognized just how far ahead he was. He was playing very scared. He was playing very scared. He was lacking a lot of confidence, I would say, because despite having a very large army, he was giving too much respect to the mutas, too much, to the point where he was not pushing across the map. He was just choosing to stay back at home. This allowed for Rogue to eventually recover, to eventually make more bases, drone on up, and eventually catch up and then overwhelm Kyr. Again, that was on Kyr just because it was an extended period of time where Kyr had the advantage, but never really made full use of it. GG well played. Congratulations here to Rogue. We'll claim the series will be our Kung Fu Cup week number 18 champion. Congratulations. Shout out to Kyr for making it to the finals and for making a series out of this, despite how long it was, of course. But GG. GG well played. He was too passive multiple times in this series. I would say he was very passive. Whether it was this game, like for this game, there was a little bit more rationale behind it because of the mutas. Like, as I mentioned, in my opinion, he was just giving too much respect to the mutas. But in the previous games, like the game 1 washout where he was playing mech, it's very passive, very defensive. Before that as well, when it was not washout. When we were loading into Sanctuary 3, also very passive. Like Sanctuary 3 was the other like half-hour game that we had, where Kyr was, yeah, he wasn't really applying much pressure and he just kind of gave Rogue map control completely. It was a trend throughout this series. We saw it on Sanctuary 3, Washout, and kind of here on Blackrock as well. Again, I say kind of because Blackrock's a little bit different, just because the mutas were the reason as to why he was stuck at home, despite not needing to be. The other games had less kind of reason for that. But regardless, GG, congratulations to Rogue. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the evening. This was our second broadcast of the day. I do apologize if I was a little bit low energy, but I'm giga tired. Jesus. As the night will go on, of course, we're going to be live tomorrow morning with StarCraft Evolution. That's going to be SEL, the Ladder Invitational. That's going to be in 12 hours. In 12 hours time, we're going to be live with some more StarCraft with StarCraft Evolution this time. That's a mod that does pit together Brood War versus SE2. Tomorrow evening, we have the podcast. Friday morning, we have more StarCraft Evolution. Saturday and Sunday, SDO and STC. We have our tournaments back on our weekend schedule. So let's go. So if you see something you like here, do consider following. Again, we are live every single day, sometimes multiple times a day as well, like today and tomorrow as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Again, the next cast is in 12 hours time. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up here for the evening. Likewise, if you want to follow us, if you maybe see something that you like here and if you want to watch the VODs, then YouTube is the place to be. So check us out on YouTube, !YouTube in the chat, to get a link to our YouTube channel over to catch VODs of, say, RSL, GSL, Home Story Cup, Open Cups, KungFu Cup, Water TV Mondays, Sparkling Tuna Cup, StarCraft Evolution, Crank Gathers, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, all there on the YouTube. Otherwise, if you want to support us monetarily, you can do so via the Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis, so you can help us grow our events for the players, for the scene, for StarCraft. You can help us out. Otherwise, I'm gonna go and get some more work done. Is what I gonna go get some rest, and we'll see you guys later on tomorrow morning for some more StarCraft. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.